me going all day long. Pull a seat and stay a while, the fun's about to start. Hogwarts, Chibbis, Slytherin, the stream's got lots to bring you in. Werewolves, zombies, ghosts, let's go. All the things I like the most. Welcome to the stream. I hope you like to hear me scream. Giveaways, jelly beans, condiment shots. Lots of crazy and chaos, it's fun all around. I'll be right back. Once he's good, we'll start again and have
I said,
a little
coffee, coffee, coffee. Right. As in, I really need coffee, coffee, coffee.
Streaming's what I love, making friends, a community for all misunderstood.
I said, coffee, coffee, coffee. Right. As in, I really need coffee, coffee, coffee. Right. As in, I really need coffee, coffee, coffee.
Condiment shots, lots of crazy and chaos, it's fun all around.
I said, coffee, coffee, coffee. Right. As in, I really need coffee, coffee, coffee.
Baby might start crying, and then I'd be right back. Once he's good, we'll start again and have a little chat. Solo games or community night. Streaming's what I love.
I said,
making friends,
coffee, coffee, coffee. Right.
community
As
for
in,
all
I really need
misunderstood.
coffee, coffee, coffee.
Welcome to the stream, I hope you like to hear me scream. Giveaways, jelly beans, condiment shots. Lots of crazy and chaos, it's fun all around. Horror games on repeat, dicks burping to chat. If you want to play with me, just whisper and relax. Sticks for crates to get me killed, the fun has just begun. Would you like to stay a while? Tell me about your style. Welcome to the stream, I hope you like to hear me screams. Coffee set, water's good, the games are all on. Lots of crazy and chaos, it's time to start, let's go. Hot mess, CC, welcome to my stream. Let's have some fun, come enjoy some games with me.
I'm a piranha, then Amazon.
Coffee keeps me sane, it keeps me going all day long. Pull a seat and stay a while, the fun's about to start. Hogwarts, Chibbis, Slytherin, the stream's got lots to bring you in. Werewolves, zombies, ghosts, let's go. All the things I like the most. Welcome to the stream. I hope you like to hear me scream. Giveaways, jelly beans, lots of crazy and chaos, it's fun all around. Baby might start crying, and then I'd be right back. Once he's good, we'll start again and have a little chat. Solo games or community night. Streaming's what I love, making friends, a community for all misunderstood. Welcome to the stream, I hope
I
you
said,
like to
coffee,
hear
coffee,
me
coffee.
scream.
Right. As in, I really need coffee, coffee, coffee. I said, coffee, coffee, coffee. Right. As in, I really need coffee, coffee, coffee.
All around. Baby might start crying, and then I'd be right back. Once he's good, we'll start again and have a little chat. Solo games or community night. Streaming's what I love, making friends, a community for all misunderstood. Welcome to the stream, I hope you like to hear me scream.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Jelly beans, condiment shots, lots of crazy and chaos.
I have broken
it's fun
everything.
all around. Horror games on repeat, dicks burping to chat. If you
Oh
want to play
my
with
god.
me, just
Here we go.
whisper
Ah!
and relax. Sticks for crates to get me killed, the fun.
Whoa! Why am I all the way over there now? Psych. I can't. Losh, help me. You see my nose? You see my nostrils? Let me fix it again. You're not new. If I do that, what happens? Oh, okay, that's there. That happens. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. You didn't hear that. Blurp. Get your shit together. Hold on. Properties. Okay. Refresh browser when scene becomes active. Let's just try refreshing the cache. Okay, there we go. Can somebody else try it and tell me if it worked? I'm just gonna let here y'all can control the stream. Okay. Nope. Don't want to do that. Hi. Hello. Back to this again. Did you guys hear it? Daisy, I am new here. I'm a mod. Hi, Mork. Welcome on in. Hi, Cushy. Hi, Alpha. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me just 1 second. Let me just. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, to be fair, I have never claimed to be a professional. I'm just saying. You still didn't hear it. Okay. Hold on. Let me go back into Blurp and open up Blurp. I'm not baby mod anymore. You're not anymore. Now it's SK. SK's baby. Your cam is covering your scene too. Yeah, I know. Everything is all messed up now. Vertical looks great. Yes! One part of it looks good. Heck yeah, let's go. We're doing something right. Let's try this. All right, let's see if that helps. Okay, that's a bit better. We're getting somewhere. How's that looking? Ooh, we're almost there. Almost there. Hi. Hey, girl. Hey. We're almost there. Okay. Let's get rid of some of that part on the bottom because I kind of like. I mean, I don't have anything to show, but still, why not? Let's do. Which one's left? There we go. How's that? And then can I just make it a little bit smaller for now? And then we can fuck around with it later? Guys, when I literally everything had an update today. So I was spending like a whole bunch of time trying to figure out what was happening. There we go. Woo! Kind of. Close. We're close. We're close. I was trying to find out what was happening with what's it called? What's that thing called? OBS. You're naked! I don't hear anything happening. But I see you. I might not hear you, but I see you. Okay, StreamerBot says it's... StreamerBot had an update, guys. StreamerBot had an update. Yeah. Slightly worried right now. Just slightly. We're slightly worried. That's it. It's okay. We didn't hear it either. Let's see. Was that heard? Where the flip is StreamerBot? StreamerBot, what is happening? Hold on, let's try that one. Take! Okay, that was heard. Okay, so now we're gonna have to figure out why is StreamerBot only doing my button when I'm on StreamerBot, right? Because I was clicked over here on OBS, did it? Nothing happened. But I was over here. Why did I do the update? Okay.
As in, I really need coffee.
So we might not have sounds on StreamerBot today, but that's okay.
Coffee.
Yeah, like that's okay. Happy Thursday, guys. Happy Thursday. Welcome on in, Valentine. Welcome on in, Onyx. Welcome in, Cushy. Welcome on in, our newest mod, SK. Welcome on in, Alpha. Welcome on in, Mama. Welcome in, Grumpy. Welcome in, Cushy. Am I forgetting anyone? Welcome on in, lady. I think I got everybody. Welcome in, Tasha. Okay. Holy moly, guacamole. Okay. So, I ran troubleshooting yesterday. Well, today. Hi, Vixen. Welcome on in. And me. To be fair, I ran up and I didn't see you there. Where were you? I ran a whole bunch of troubleshooting. And I mean like a whole bunch of troubleshooting. And I think I got to the issue with OBS crashing yesterday. So it appears that I had the camera cropped, right? Because of JC running in and out behind me, and I've been afraid of JC like being shown. So I had it cropped, and it doesn't like that apparently. It was giving thousands of errors according to the crash log. I went through all the logs. It was giving thousands of errors. Not just I pulled another kinetic. Okay, I pulled another kinetic. It was literally thousands of bugs. I somehow managed to make OBS push out thousands of bugs. Welcome to my life. So, I think I have them fixed. I'm just hoping that I didn't cause more bugs now. But it does appear to be fixed. Ah, my tooth hurts. So hopefully we got this. How is everyone's Thursday? I went to the gym today, guys. For the first time since getting bit by the Black Widow, I went to the gym. I am tired today. I am tired. I'm mostly going to lurk as I'm drained as fuck today. So just jump scare CC if you needs me. Rude. Rude. How are you, Vixen? Okay, so the agenda for today. I have to do 2 eggs on my head at the end of stream. No one let me forget that, okay? Got it? Somebody. Just anybody. If anyone's here, don't let me forget that at the end of stream. We have 2 eggs getting cracked on my noggin, okay? Just got back. Rude. You got Subway and you're not sharing? Rude. It's a tired day today. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. I need a nap. I would love a nap. I know, Tasha. I want Subway too. That's what I'm saying. Like, why you didn't share? Rude. I can't eat Subway. I hear you streaking. Well, I see you streaking. I didn't hear you. I'm gonna have to find out why. Is this gonna be me getting annoyed? Am I gonna get annoyed today because I don't have sounds? Kidding? I'm not kidding. I want an egghead. I am an egghead. I'm an egghead. I'm a simple cell egghead. Finally got her meds. Let's go, Looney. I took my meds today. Like 5 hours late, but I took them. Thank you for collecting your coffee. I'll share the next time, but you gotta give me a diamond in return. Holy shoutouts, Looney. Did that just do like 5 shoutouts, or is that only me?
Right. As in, I really need coffee.
Welcome on in, Fire Archer. Welcome on in, Looney. Alright, so today's game plan. Look at how cute. Can we just all take a second to look at Tasha and see how cute she is? Like, that girl is freaking gorgeous. Like, gorgeous. I'm serious. And then she posts the picture of the black lipstick, and I was like, oh, woo, mama. Can you hear the sounds yourself as someone claimed it? For whatever reason, I'm only hearing them when I have StreamerBot up. Like, if I am clicked onto StreamerBot, then I can hear it. But the second I go to anything else, I'm not getting sounds. And I don't know if it's because of the update that it had, Like, it says everything is connected. I'm not seeing anything on StreamerBot to not be connected. But it literally just had an update before I got on stream. And it said it was stable. Fucking doesn't feel very stable to me. Feels like my brain. Unstable. Crazy. Lot going on. Okay, I'm gonna just, I don't know. Hi, Ty. Onyx, please. What happened? Tasha, respectfully, step on me. I love that. She is really cute. Tasha, you're adorable. I'm just saying. I know cute when I see it, and I'm not afraid to say it, you know? Am I too loud? Do I need to move the microphone? I broke the microphone today too, guys. Sorry. Anything that you can see here with my setup, I have broken today. I did good. If you could break it, I could break it too. Respectfully, Tasha is a cutie. Please pass it on. 100%. Tasha is a cutie. Pass it on. Everyone, grab it. Pass it. Do it again. Tasha's a cutie. Okay, so today, the goal. It's fine. Everything can be fixed. No, it will. I'll have it fixed probably by Monday's stream. I don't know if it's gonna be ready by tomorrow's stream, because usually after stream I'm pretty tired. I'm tired after stream, and the kids want me. I did start dinner already though. I'm making crock pot stuffed peppers for dinner. Let's try pulling this down. Is that better? I don't know. I still feel weird. I'm making crocked pot stuffed peppers. So I think that's going to be good. I've never done them in the crock pot before, but I'm excited to try. Dami, Mommy, Tasha for the win. Oh my god. Okay, I heard the Pokemon one. I can hear Firebot now. I couldn't hear Firebot before, but now I hear Firebot, and I can't hear StreamerBot. I give up. This has me cackling. I know, right? They're so hilarious here. So we got Dami, Mommy, Tasha. I love it. Okay, anyway. Today's agenda. We have more. Old. Hi, Alice. Welcome on in, friend. How are you today? I'm not doing nothing. Don't you bruh me? Are you my children? You my children? Hi, JC. Hi, JC. You have no shirt on, sir. I can't have you in here right now. I can't have you here. I'm sorry. Hold. I'm not doing anything. I swear. I would never be up to no good. Never, ever, ever, ever. Never, ever. Nope, nope. Nope, I'm fine. I'm great. Hold. I'm gonna find you. I know you're here. Found you. I am. Mwahaha. Mwahaha. How do I do this? How do I breathe? Oh, I don't want to do that. I've never done this before. I'm not doing anything. Girl, your makeup is popping today. Is it really? I didn't do anything different. See? I actually hate my cheekbones. I just have eyeshadow on and eyeliner. Oh, and mascara. I have eyeshadow, eyeliner, and mascara. How do I do this? You've agreed to the rules. You've passed verification. I've never done this before. We probably are. Oh, found it! I found it! Okay, hold on. I did it. Sorry. Sorry, I had to do this. It's a winning combination. Maybe it's because I'm getting here at the start and at the end of stream, so it's like super fresh. Yeah, I did just do it because I was at the gym. And then I came home, washed my face, made sure my hair was all cleaned up, and then I did my makeup because I don't wear makeup to the gym. I mean, I wear yesterday's makeup to the gym sometimes, but not new makeup. Okay, anyway, I'm getting distracted really badly. My nose is super itchy again. Who's talking about me? Tasha, why are you talking about me? What did you do, Cece? Go look at Tasha's name in Discord. Just go look at Tasha's name in Discord. I love you, Tasha. I love you. Mwah. Also, we get the close up of Cece's beautiful face so I can see your eyes better. And your eyes are so pretty, and I'm low-key jealous. Thank you. I do have pretty eyes. I'm not gonna lie. I know that. Like, look. I know. I know I have pretty eyes. That's the only thing I've got going for me, guys. Ain't got no personality. Oh, I just broke it again. Uh-oh. Hold, I broke it. There we go. That's fine for now. Okay. Cece, as your attorney, I say don't speak on the matter. I did nothing. How does it feel to be a biological RNG's favorite? I don't know what that means. Okay, so anyway, back to the game plan. We're doing community games again. However, it's community games with a twist. And I want to know, do you think you can survive life with me? Right? Life with me? So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be playing community games random, meaning no 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 map picked, and no idea what the difficulty is. Meaning, if you are playing today, you cannot look. It's just random. We're going in blind. On top of that, because I like the chaos, we are also using the music boxes today. And if you've never seen the music boxes before, you're in for a treat. I have to redo some of the challenges inside of it, but like it's fine. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like some of them are old challenges, so we might not be. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do nothing. Dommy mommy, I was wondering who that was. Basically, that you won the biological lottery having super pretty eyes like that. Oh, thank you. I know. I do know. I do know on that one. I do. That is the one thing I will never, ever, ever disagree with. I love my eyes. You know, like how everyone kind of has like that one feature that they know they rock? Mine is my eyes. And I'm not afraid to admit that. And it's it's so funny actually that you guys bring this up because Red really wanted at least one of our kids to have my eyes. Not one single child of ours got my eyes. They mostly got his eyes, actually. Every time he saw them turning brown for the kid's eyes, he was like, no. Bologna, you have an amazing personality. You are beautiful. You have a cute face. You have cute little plump lips. Stop it, Onyx. Okay, I think I might have to take some Tylenol. I hurt my tooth again. I've been grinding my teeth. I've been grinding my teeth again, and now my tooth is bothering me. Y'all need to yell at me. Okay, nice to meet you. How should I address you, Dami or Mommy? She really likes Mommy. If you go up to her and you go, hey, Tasha, Mommy. Mommy Tasha. Dami, Mommy Tasha. She likes that. Mm-hmm. I just realized I wasn't in the Discord. What nonsense is this? Exactly. I deserved that.
Coffee, coffee, coffee. Right.
That's fine.
I really need
I deserved that.
coffee.
I did. I deserved that. Thank you, Frost, for the jump scare. Okay. So, thank you, Mama, for the pinned message. Community games, chaos, random map, random difficulty, plus music box challenges. Try to survive. Agreed. I like this. Okay, so let me go over to gaming. I blocked my map. We don't need scenes. Who needs scenes? Here it is. Thank you for the hiccups. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see here. Wait, it's not showing on vertical. Hold. Oh. Why is it not showing over on vertical? This is some BS. Okay, here it is. Here it is on. Can you guys see it for vertical? Let the random feed sesh begin. Oh, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be chaotic, and I want to have so much fun with y'all. Okay, so here is the music boxes. If you've never seen them before, each music box has a challenge inside of it, okay? So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna do exclamation point drop it like it's hot, and I'm gonna show you what I'm doing. I may hop in for a couple. You're more than welcome to come in, Sky. I don't think we have anyone on the queue yet. Maybe Shy. I think Shy might have jumped into the queue quick. I need to get one of those things for my back to fix my posture. I really do. Let me see if I can move this down a little bit more. Ooh. Oh, is it? Hold on. Bam. Let me stop it on this one. Bam. Okay, we'll see who drops in my pool. Thank you, Mama. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Where's it going? Where'd you come from? Where'd you go? Where'd you come from? Cotton Eye Joe. Nobody landed. Y'all. My eyeball. Hold my eyeball. I've gathered a list of other hunters asking. Okay, can I see again? Big blue eyes. How about big green eyes? I have green eyes. I have pure straight green eyes. Well, I have a ring of brown. Because I have Cozy! Hey, Cozy. Come on! We need someone to land in my pool. It's a hot day. I know you guys can make it. Come on. Get in there. Get it in. Get it. Come on, Ty. Come on, Ty. Ty. You're so close. You're so Yes! Woo! Woo! Streamer bot! Streamer bot! Okay. Streamer bot's fired. What do I win? I need you to pick a number. Let me go over to this one now. Okay. Well, oh. DC, you moron. There we go. Okay. This is back. Okay. So you see. Would you let me finish? I'm going to start it again so you guys could see from the beginning because I know a lot of you are new and you have not seen my music boxes. So I want to be able to show it to you guys. I made this whole thing. See, isn't that cute? Okay, so Ty, I need you to pick. You said 21. So what we do is we're going to pick the box like this. Okay, fill her up. We have to take everything throughout the house and fill up the ghost room. Meaning every single item that we could find in the house has to be put into the ghost room. If it's free to move, it's going in the room. Does that make sense? The ghosty is so cute. Isn't it adorable? So this is actually, it's a program that I used. I used to use this program while teaching. I'm afraid to admit that, Onyx. I don't know if I want to admit that right now. I feel scared, actually. Slightly scared. Very scared, actually. I'm very scared. So I don't know if I want to talk about that. It doesn't show you guys. If it doesn't show you guys, I feel like that's good for me. Dude, you made that. That's cool. Love this. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, so anyway. So what happens is I had used this program when I was teaching because while teaching, so my teaching style is no sitting down, very hands-on, very a lot of computer aspects, but also a lot of like in-person aspects. So like we do a lot of pen and paper, but we also have a lot of programs on the computers. And this was one of the things that I had used to kind of make a study guide. I used it to make a study guide. And I thought it would work for this. Hi, Anne. Welcome on. I have a button. Should I press? I'm concerned. What do you mean by you have a button? What button? I'm very concerned. I'm just concerned. No one has buttons anymore. Eee. Thank you for the violin. That is spooky. After coffee, I'm going to play Phasma Solo, listening to you and mistaking your sounds for mine. Sounds fun. Good luck with that. I do that all the time. Always press buttons. No buttons. Okay, I ain't doing number 20. Why? Did it show you what 20 was? Because it's random. It gets randomized. Oh, Pedro. Pedro, 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 Pedro. Okay, I have to do it. Can Ahmad do a reminder for me to get that email? Can Ahmad do a reminder for that, please? I was going to do it last night, but then I was so frustrated with OBS crashing like that I got off and I was just done. So I'm sorry. That's not the right button. Why do I have a glare on my forehead, on my back of my head? Stop touching. Stop. You're going to break it. You know better. It. Thank you, Mama. I gotta learn all your commands and whatnot. Good luck. Good luck. May the force be with you. Because I don't know. I don't know them either. I mean, to be fair though, the mods make commands and I don't know what they are. Sometimes I miss it. Like that one, the mushrooms one. I never knew that was there until I really realized what Onyx was doing. It's okay. That one sends me. Yeah, yeah. Hi, Sai. No, ma'am, I have no audio, but I'm lurking. I'll be back soon. Okay, so see this. Wait, did Sai's automatic go off? I didn't see the automatic one go off. The important one is command add. Mama. Mama, don't teach the baby mods that stuff. I lost a follower. Turning it off. I'm turning it off. Don't come for me. I know. How do I buy stuff with points if I'm on the phone vertical? I have no idea, honestly. I was actually going to do a poll for that. How many of you guys actually use the vertical? Because I'm debating very much so on getting rid of it. Let me get the poll. Vertical. Yes. No. Doesn't bother me. Which I'm going to take as a no. Alright, there's the poll. It's 2 minutes. Get your answers in. I can't hear anything, but you're amazing. You're amazing. It's very comfy to tat. Don't remove it. Is it really comfy? I hate it here. But I love you, Tasha. Hold on. I might go take some ibuprofen quick. I did hurt my tooth. You guys know I have the broken tooth, and lately I've been grinding my teeth because I've been so stressed out. Like, I've been super, super stressed out lately. And, I've been grinding my teeth so bad, so now my tooth is hurting again. I do apologize. I don't know how to buy stuff on vertical, though. I really don't. But I do notice that ever since we've downloaded everything for vertical, that is messing up. Why is my... Okay, the camera on vertical looks fine, but the camera, which is the same exact camera on the non-vertical one, looks like I have a halo. It looks like I've been chosen by the gods to be the streamer today. I'm CC. I need the code to join. Okay, yeah. Let me get that going for you guys. So sorry. I got a little bit distracted. Wait, hold on. That doesn't look good, does it? This one? That Thank you. Okay, I got it figured out. I did it. Okay, let's get in here. So we've got Sky. For fuck's sake, man. We've got Sky. We've got Shy. Let's get those. Mama, I'm going to give you the code. Is that okay? Whisper to Mama. The Mama Llama. There it is. I can't with y'all. What do we do now? What do we do now? Okay, I am not that scary. You are that picture I sent you. The coffee coins are to the right on the vertical. Okay, if I stand up, can y'all see my booty shorts? I really want to go get some medicine. Hold on, I'm just gonna move this way. No booty shorts for you guys.
Hello. Oh, where are you for feeding?
Back, sorry. Okay. We're not talking about the amount of medication I have. Okay. Alright, let's do this. I saw your booty. You did see my booty. Yeah, you did. At the beach. In the water. Y'all! Mama saw when the water, the current pulled down my shorts. Whoa! I feel violated.
Hello.
Hello. I feel violated. Okay, so what we're doing is random, meaning the custom is random.
Well, I didn't hear you complaining. I don't know about violation.
The custom is random, everything is random.
I was like this in Cece's face.
Okay, there is an echo. So what does one of you have the stream up?
Oh yeah, sorry, that's me.
All right. Can you
Yeah.
throw it on down?
Yeah.
Oh, Frost, do you want to
Yeah,
join?
I
Okay,
did.
Mama, can you send it to Frost? Sweet, we'll get a full party going. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm wondering
Yeah.
when Mama Llama is gonna join us in games.
I know. I miss Mama. I need Mama. Mama Llama to come and play. All right, I'm gonna put some Spotify on. I think while we're in this room. Are you guys okay with that? Are you guys okay with music while we play?
Sure.
Well, while it gets started. What should we do? Do you guys want Cigarette Mom Rock? I think that sounds about right.
I'm just asking. I understood about the picking up the challenge, the difficulty, but random map as well.
Yep. Random.
Oh
So
god. Oh god. Filling up the ghost room on
everything.
Point Hope is gonna be ass.
So then hope we don't get it. That's all I can say is hope we don't get it. Can you guys hear the music? Wait, I can't get rid of my OBS now. I can't move it.
I personally don't hear the music in
Not
game.
here either.
You don't hear it? Wait, in game isn't playing? Hold on. Let me move this over. Okay. Wait, you guys can't hear it on the stream? You can't hear the game on stream?
Slamming you again from inside out.
Wait, can you guys hear it on stream? Because it's showing to me that you guys can hear Faz on the stream.
We can't hear anything, and my God, CC grew another pair of arms.
You can hear it? Okay.
Maybe I personally don't hear anything.
Oh, it's probably too because I have it turned down a little bit, like the actual. I have it down to 17.
I was
This is
actually
where I
thinking
die.
maybe you needed to permission it.
There we go.
Clam slam.
Ooh, now it's showing it's loud. Hold on, let me turn this down. Let me turn down the mute. Okay. You can hear it, Looney? Thank you. See? Hold. I never said I was going to be a professional streamer, okay? Do I want to hit partner? Absolutely. Am I a professional? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Around the rosy, my pocket full of posy.
I need you guys to let me know, though, if we have an ad. If we have an ad on Spotify, let me know. Next week when I get paid from Twitch, I will be absolutely buying premium, though. I found Whispers, but I don't see anything there. Here, let me try this one. I'll try sending it to you. There you go. Try that. Okay. Hello. Do you want to build a snowman? Come on, let's go and play. I am so happy Faz is fixed. I could do all of this stuff without feeling sick again.
Oh yeah. Even the tutorial was broken.
Is it really?
Call it fixed.
I figured it out. Thank you, mods.
Even the tutorial was bugged. The tutorial
okay.
they said they had to do a fix for the tutorial because it was broken too.
Oh no shit! Especially with the temps. That thing was awful.
Do you guys want to hear a fun fact?
Do you
never
wanna
done
have a blue ball.
I've never done the tutorial.
You've never? I did the tutorial after I literally got to Prestige 1, and then I did the tutorial.
The only reason why I have the trophy for the tutorial is I had my kids do it so they could understand how the game works.
Sissy.
I-
CC,
never
CC
done
is watching the back of
it.
the. No, no, don't do it that way. Don't do it that way.
Sissy.
Very much, yeah. Wait,
Here.
hold on. I gotta. Okay, we have to initiate Frost. Hold on here. Frost,
Yes.
right here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
No. Yes.
Pick. Welcome in. Welcome
Are you
in.
picking my nose?
I am picking your nose, and I'm caressing your
Picking your
face at the
nose
same
now.
time.
I'm actually putting a blue ball in the mouth.
We're all picking each other's noses here.
Hi, Andrew. Welcome on in.
Amazing. What do I do to
CC
initiate people?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I was supposed to ask you for consent first. Do you consent to me invading your body?
Yes, you can pick my nose all you want.
Okay, perfect.
CC, you want to take off your loadout so I can put mine on?
Pick. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Actually, I think Sky probably has the... Nope, Sky is at... Sky, you're not.
No, 85 tier 3 cruises are on the other one.
Whose nose were you? That was Frost's nose. PSA, if you don't want CC to pick your nose, don't join. Exactly. Remember, guys, too, I'm coming with a warning today. I have a caution warning on me. This is going to be very, very crazy. Are you up for the challenge?
Oh, I
Sure.
love doing challenges in this game.
Okay, so remember, we have a custom map, or we have a random map, we have a random difficulty. We're not looking at the difficulty until afterwards. We
No
also have to
cheating.
take...
The
have-
difficulty says it's custom.
Yep,
Yeah, but
we
we're
have to-
gonna do another one.
Okay, ready? And then once we get onto the map, we have to collect every single item from the house or building, wherever we are, and every single item has to go into the ghost room.
Is that
No
just for this game?
Yes, that's just for this game, and then we'll do a
Okay,
drop and we'll find out the next
okay.
one. Yep. When
Wait for us
am
to
I
get
not
high school and
extra?
just
Okay.
Not find all
I
the
am
items.
always extra.
Oh
I do
my
not have
God, if we
Dixper
get
on. Do you
point
guys
hold
want
now,
it?
That's gonna be the pain.
Hold on, let me put
Oh, yeah.
Dixper on. I don't mind. I was trying to make sure everything was up, but literally every single thing.
Let me read you
Also
up.
check your bitrate. My bitrate says it's fine. Am I lagging? Hold on, I'm looking. No, I'm not seeing any lag.
Get a bunch of items.
Oh yeah,
You are a
'cause-
bit,
Well,
okay.
it's not gonna be as easy because when you're dead, you don't can only pick up one item. So
Oh yeah, and
It was for a moment. It could be me. Okay. I'm not seeing anything, but always let me know. I did just open Dixper, so maybe it has to do with Dixper opening. But my GPU says it's not running heavy either. So we should be good. My GPU is literally sitting at like 15. Or not 15. Oh my god, I'm doing 15 boxes. It's saying it's sitting between 55 and 70. So we should be good. It keeps lagging out and then
No.
fixing it.
Now
I
watch this,
every
loading.
time I
Okay.
go to your
iPod.
screen, CC, I just see you. I see your book, and that's about it.
Because I'm... Wait, am I muted?
Now watch us get
Okay,
a pop
because
custom.
because I used my book to get off of this screen to go to my other monitor. Otherwise, it doesn't really let me go over to my... Did you just throw your blue balls at me? Sir, I'm married!
Oh, the amount of time I threw it to you.
All right, let's get in there. Let's find out what this is going to be. I'm sure it's going to be perfectly fine. Nothing bad is going to happen.
Nothing bad will happen. We won't die.
nothing will happen.
We
Oh,
won't
I forgot to
die
put my
at
heart rate on.
all.
No, it's fine.
My
Ah!
heart rate is at 71. Who threw a basketball?
My heart rate is not loading. Oh shit. Taki mushrooms. Just keep an eye on it for me and let me know if it lags really bad, okay, guys?
What's lag?
An issue I'm apparently dealing
Where's
with
my
now.
equipment?
Well, someone is loading.
Okay. So we have no sanity board.
And by the way, it's full map.
Oh yeah, goody. I'm gonna get lost.
No, JC.
Oh, and it's
No,
foggy
JC.
weather too.
Okay.
We have light.
Oh.
Yeah,
Sorry, JC's
you're
on my knee.
welcome.
Okay, we have Susan Taylor. That means we can have a Banshee, we can have a good Diane. Let's get that prediction going. And then I have to start
Susan
ghost
who?
guessing.
Susan Taylor.
Let's get
Okay.
ghost going. Okay, why is this
Lot
your
of
butthead?
firelight, unique paranormal
Okay.
sounds, and 3 photos. Okay.
Is voice mod broken? It shouldn't be. Did it not work? Did it not work? Did you use that one?
The ghost is active.
Hello.
I opened the door.
Maybe this is
Of
150%
course.
speed, I'm not sure.
Oh, I have an idea. Hold on. I think I know. I think I know what happened. I know what happened. Hold on. No, that's not it. It would be. There's a lot of them. Hold on. This one. Okay. All right. Now try it. Let's see. Let me refund it to you and we'll try it again. Or I did refund it. Okay. Try it again and we'll see. I used a microphone skill, I believe. Yeah, I refunded it to you. Give me an idea. Okay. We've got Cushy with a Hantua. I guess ban. Do you want to ban me? We've got a Banshee for Anne. Tasha, we got a demon for Topaz.
I think we're
Yes.
Zero Sandy.
Fuck. Fudge. Fudge. I'm sorry, I meant fudge. Lagging a little. Oh no. All right, let me turn off. Okay. All right, I turned off Spotify completely. How do I turn this back on again? What did I just do? Does anyone remember how to turn on the thing above, like on the screen? I don't remember how to do it. So I could check my GPU. Guys, are you okay? Alt R. Not working. There it goes. Okay, our GPU usage is at 85. 63. 84. 82. Alt F4. I know that one. Say it with your chest. User has been banned from the stream. Is that a rev? Is that a rev? That is insanely slow. Oh.
It's a 50% speed. I believe it just changed speeds.
Okay. Okay, so 50%.
I think that's Obambo.
You think
Obambo, I
Obambo?
think.
Okay, well, don't forget, we still have to get in here and fill up the room.
Yeah, well, it came somewhere around in the middle. I listened to the parabolic. So I'm gonna go grab lunch.
Okay, so we just got. Where's exactly the ghost room, though? There's a discount on Steam as well. What's on discount? Wait, what's? Oh, look at you! I see you, Rhonda. Hey, girl. Hey. So she's in here. That's easy. We could do this room, no problem. Right? We got this. Any Gorbies? No Gorbies. We've got no Gorbs. Mama, can we get ghost guessing closed? I think what we're going to do with this is we're going to have ghost guessing open for like 2 or 3 minutes. And then we'll close it today since we don't know how much we're going to have for... What do you call it? Evidence. I don't even know if we're going to have evidence. Bum, 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 bum. It's not a Hantua. Barracuda. Okay, so did the lag get better, by the way? when I switched off what'd-you-ma-call-it? Spotify. I turned off Spotify. Did it change?
So, is it in the chapel?
Let's try that. Yeah, it does appear to be. I haven't noticed it yet. Like, you haven't noticed it better, or you haven't noticed any lag. Okay, let's just move everything in here. Octuba. Ah! Not my smudge! Cece, I missed you! Leon is finally getting back, though! Welcome back! I haven't seen lag yet. Okay, perfect. Holy crap. It is only going after him. Hey! Hey, do you see me? Do you see me? It's not a banshee! Not a banshee! That's not what I was trying to do. I'm stuck! Wait, what is this? Here, do you want that? I don't want that. We have every single curse item. Every single kiss her! I don't have a smudge. I moved my smudge. Hi, Z. I'm assuming Z is playing, water park sim. Can I have a kiss? Mwah! Thank you. Just wanted to give you a little smoochy smooch. That's all. Wait, I shouldn't have walked in here. I walked into a room that there was no way for me to get around it. Can someone pull the tarot cards to bring me back to life? I could try. Every item has to go in here. 2. Don't forget that, guys. Don't forget, every item has to come in here. Monkey paw? I might die, though. Let's see here. Let's try tarot cards first. I mean, I could definitely die with these, too. I got the sun! I got the sun!
It's either a Jin or the twins, by the way.
The Jin or twins?
I'm thinking more like twins. Because I didn't feel like it changed speed.
Alright, well, we have to collect everything.
Oh
I'm gonna try.
not the Kirby!
Well, I have to turn you down, Sky. You're very loud right now. I'm gonna try to bring Shy back using the monkey paw. Don't forget, everything has to be put into this room. Sunny is huge. There's a lot of things to grab. We're gonna take forever. This is going to be forever in a day situation.
Long day. And it's all the ghost is slow and more fast.
How is Sky so loud and when I play with you, I am so silent? It really all depends on your microphone. Hey, please don't take my life.
I think I
Wait.
picked up an item that is glitched.
How'd he
I
come back?
cannot put it down.
It could be too because you died and came back. Try walking outside and then coming back in. It's Sky. He's loud. True. That is very true too. Sky is just very loud. That. Woo-hoo-hoo! Hey! I'm just gonna go keep collecting everything. Alright guys, how long do you think it's gonna take us to collect everything on Sunny Meadows? Like, how long? What do you guys think? I think we should do it fine. It should be alright. Right? We're gonna be fine. If he dies again, he's cooked. Don't bring it in here! Too long. It is gonna be very long. Hi, Spyro. Welcome on in, friend. How are you today?
Oh, Jesus!
What? What happened? That scared me.
I turned
What?
around,
What?
you're right there, and I got scared.
You scared me. Oh my gosh. I haven't even gotten everything from this one room yet. Just as long as me doing the diamond painting. No. Okay, sorry. Out, please. Yeah. Yes, you could play. Okay, let's see here. Oh my god, I still haven't even gotten this one room done. This is gonna be insane Amando. this is gonna be crazy. I think I just lost my lighter. I think I just lost my lighter. Thank you for the boo. 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 Okay. I have an idea. Chat, I need your help though on this one. Is chat okay with us only collecting things from the top floor? Instead of collecting things from the entire Sunny Meadows, can we only do it for the top floor instead? Ads incoming?
He's
Yes.
munching again.
Okay. I said to Ma, come over. Mom looks at the phone for the baby on the camera. For my baby? Wait, I said to Ma, her baby came over. Yeah, was he shown? Did you guys see him? Yes? Okay. All right, chat has said it's okay. We can only grab the stuff on the top floor since there's so much stuff. So top floor only. I did not see JC. Okay. That's good. I'm trying really hard to make sure he's not shown. Or at least not like overly shown. Just like for privacy reasons. No offense to anyone here. But you never, woo! Thank you. You never know who's watching. You know? And I'm trying really hard to be here with you guys, but also like protect my children. Because that's my like top job. Alright, we have ads. I'll see you guys back soon. Oh, that scares me. I forgot I put that one back on. I have to cycle through them again. We're gonna have to. I think I'm gonna.
Sea Donkey's, I found Psycho Sea Donkey's potato. Look.
Cheese. It's my favorite food. Yeah. And cheese. Long. Cheese is my comfort food. That's how I feel about cheese too. Oh my god, look at right here. There's all these books.
Yeah, imagine if you have to pick them up.
We do have to pick them up. Everything has to go in the ghost room. If it's not cheese, I'm not going. Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, what's the problem? Why is the alarms going off?
Guys, there's a Pokemon in chat. Exclamation Poke check. To see if you have it. And Poke catch with the ball of your choosing to try. I want cheese. Cheese is my comfort food. I am cheese. You are cheese. So we should all eat cheese. Please tell me we can't pick these up. Oh, thank God. We can't pick those up. I got so nervous for a second there. I was so nervous. I was like, okay, that one we can. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so these ones we can pick up. Oh, what? What am I doing? Are we eating Topaz? Everyone eat Topaz. Give Topaz a little bite. Go, a little nibble. A nibble. Thank you for the fart. Thank you for the... That was kind of rude. Woo! I don't know if I threw them in the right place. I was just throwing stuff in. I don't know if it went in the right hole.
By the way, I think I did reset myself. I just had to pick up another object.
Yeah, that's usually... it's Moo Moo here.
Chicken attack.
But you're back before it fades to black. They might look harmless, but they'll kick your non-chicken ass. They'll kick your non-chicken ass. Wise words, my friend. Wise words. Do you want... I'm lactose intolerant. Give me a... That's how I feel. I love cheese and stuff, though, but it hurts my belly. It really hurts my belly. Very much. Very, very much. And I've noticed as I've gotten older, it's gotten worse. Welcome back to the Land of Crazy and Coffee. I hope the ads didn't treat you too bad. If you got anything interesting, why don't you let us know what it is? I'm lactose intolerant, but I love milk. Fair. I really think it's the twins. I don't know how to say that word, Topaz. Oh, okay. I got a bucket. I got milk! I went for milk and I came back.
Hey!
It's okay. I got milk.
I didn't know you were back here. I just came back here.
If I collected the milk, does that mean my dad will come back?
Ooh, they got pumpkins in here.
I could testify. Chickens are scary when you piss them off. No, I love it. I miss my chickens. You're scared of chickens? I love my chickens. I can't wait till we move so I can have chickens again. They are adorable. I love them. They are cute. They are mine. Hi, Moo Moo. Welcome on in, Moo Moo. How does the microphone sound, guys? Because I broke it? Like, is the microphone okay? Does it sound okay? Like, I physically broke the arm on the microphone. Sorry, I know. This is why we can't have nice things. Hi, CC! Little ducklings are so cute. I was attacked by a goose. Moo Moo! Moo Moo! Moo Moo, you're a pain in my butt. Am I muted? Okay, I'm not muted. They can hear all my screams. Okay, these ones are empty, so we can't. I got butter! I got butter! Anyone want to make some eggs? I got butter. I got some butter. 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 Wow. Thanks. Yes! Shout out Moo Moo. Gooses are crazy. They are. I was attacked by them when I was a kid. So I didn't know that, like, if you see a whole bunch of geese and, like, there's little geese, don't go by them. We went to the lake when I was little, and I went by the geese, and I was, like, trying to pet the baby geese, and they're really mean and gross. And just don't. I have chickens, and let me tell you, you should be. No! Chickens are adorable. I love listen, well, to be fair, I love Rhode Island Reds, and I love Silkies. I'm very particular about my chickens. Girl Scout. Geese, they are so mean, man. I'm gonna grab it and goose snap them. They called Cobra chickens for a reason. I want Polish chickens. Wait. Hold. I'm gonna show you guys this. Hold on. You have to see. Hold. Where's OBS? OBS, come back. Hey, girl, hey. Okay, see this? Okay, look. Polish chicken. Look at these things! You cannot tell me that they're not adorable. I want. They're so cute. Look at them. Don't you want it? Look at you, Judo. Oh, don't go there. They're adorable.
When the last person die, that counts.
That sounds about right, Sky. CC, I don't see things on the vertical. Oh, crap. You didn't? Okay, hold on. Vertical's a pain in my butt. It's a pain in my butt. Chickens are adorable, but don't be fooled. They can be dangerous. They're not dangerous. Chickens are my spirit animals. I want chickens. Looney, I'll get chickens again when we move, and then you could come over to my house, Looney, and then you could see my cocks. Okay? My chickens. Okay, hold on. I didn't say anything bad! It's the male name for a chicken! It's another name for a rooster. Chickens are adorable. Yeah, I read that one. Okay. I want cheese. Cheese is my comfort food. Oh gosh, I'm gonna be singing it again. Why do you guys do this to me? I'm gonna be singing it all day long. I turned off my followers so I can't see. I saw that we lost a follower this morning and then I turned it off. I want solid black goth ducks. Wait, what? That's a thing? I need to know this now. I need to see. I need to see. Please, show me. Show me what this is. My mom used to have chickens and she got these little No. Oh my god, Alice. I want them. Gimme. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme. Can I have pictures? Do you have pictures? Please? Is that a cheese wheel? Guys, I found the cheese! I found the cheese! I found cheese! Oh! It was the funniest thing. I do not, unfortunately. Aw. I found cheese! I found cheese!
She's hunting. She's hunting again.
That's okay. I'm not worried about it. We are much, much faster than the ghost. Ew, yummy. Isn't it just considered an aged cheese? Like we're fine. Like it's gourmet. It's gourmet cheese. Hi, my love. Guys, guys, guys. Red's gonna come home and play Faz with us. Right? Oh, I forgot to fix that. Let me go over to Blurp quick. Blurp was working and now it's not again. I don't know why. Activate. Let's try putting this over as a component or a panel maybe. And then let's see if that makes a difference. No. I don't know. Don't lie to people. I just want you to play. All right, did you guys hear that one? Did you guys hear it? Thank you for the fart, love. No, you didn't, but I did. Okay, that's an issue. Okay, let's try this again. Test. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. I'm not. You are. Fine. Ooh, I did it too many times. Okay, local, no. Be right back, guys. Okie dokie, artichoke. Okay, let's try that. Let's try it one more time. Girl, stop. What am I doing? I want Red to come and play. I'm just saying. Let's try that one. Okay, tell me if you guys hear that one. Wait, there's a ghost? Yay! Okay, we got fixed. Yeah, totally forgot about it, actually. I'm just collecting items. We're just working on this task. I hear it. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Can I pick up the pillow? Pick up the pillow. How many items are actually in Sunny Meadows, guys? I think my stomach is a wee bit on the fluffed up side. I think liquid diet for a few days again is needed. So I was actually reading this study because Mama's been yelling at me every single day that I have to eat. So I've been looking at this study about fasting and what our bodies are naturally made to do. And it said liquid diet and fasting is actually really good for you. Don't take this personally, anyone, because I'm not a doctor. I was just reading the study. That's all. So I might try going that route. Is there any more cheese that I could take? Got it. Okay, this room is done. Boop. 577 items in Sunny per Leona. Hey, guys.
Yeah.
There's 577 items on Sunny Meadows.
I love that. Did you kill all of them?
But at least we're only doing the top floor, right?
Oh yeah, I don't want to do. That's great.
There is a channel in the Discord for them. Is there? I have to look. I'm in a lot of people's Discords, but I don't always go through the channels. I usually go to, like, the talking channel, and that's pretty much it. Posted in the link for Hawk's Arms, but oh my gosh, I love it. Thank you so much, Alice. Also, hi, Z! Hey, girl. Hey. How you doing, babes? Oh, guys, I started working on a new merch. So we're gonna have a shirt that has a coffee, and it's like not until I have more coffee, basically. It's messy holding a coffee cup. I put the chaos counter since it seemed the most accurate. That's fair. Mine's because I'm not tolerating food again. I feel really unwell every time I eat. Yeah, mine isn't feeling very good yet lately. She hasn't done New Willow yet, but yeah, I need to do Willow straight too. I'm not doing okay today, so I'm drowning my demons. Oh no, what's going on, Z? When we're done streaming today, Z, I can get on Water Park with you for a little bit if you want. If you want me to tickle you. Tickle, 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 and kidnap you. I could do that. I could kidnap you, Z. Me send you a DM. Okay, of course. My DMs are
How
always
many
open to you,
lure
love.
dogs does this place have?
Many.
I am currently in the kitchen. I'm doing the kitchen right now. There's a lot in the kitchen.
I'm double checking the
There's a
mail
lot.
and I think we'll be good with it.
All right, what do you guys think, chat? Do you think that this one should stay on the music boxes, or should we try a different, like, should we get rid of this one for the music boxes? Because with the random map, this is a lot. I am not going to lie. Or maybe we should just have, like, the person who drops, like, pick a backup number, and then we could pick between the two different challenges to see which one is better. That might be an idea, too. Ooh! That made a heavy sound when that one fell. That was heavy. That was funny. The clunk, clunk, clunk. Those must have been cast iron. Cast iron pans. Does anyone here have a cast iron pan? I do not, and I want one. I want a cast iron. Okay, can't pick those up. It's a spider! Guys, I have PTSD from spiders right now! Ah, that made me feel uncomfy. Guys, there's a wild Pokemon in chat. Exclamation Poke check to see if you have it, and Poke catch with the ball of your choosing. I can't. Yes, I exclusively cook with cast iron. I would love a cast iron pan. I would love it.
Maybe Sunny Meadows, but at least we got really good settings.
Right? Like, I'm actually not hating this.
I found one of the wish cards.
Okay, let's keep going. I think what we're gonna do is we'll have
The second part of the Metal Wings door still closes with the ghost hunting, even though the ghost is not here.
Yeah, the family does it.
Interesting. Is the ghost hunting? Okay, I think I need to move inside a little bit more because it looks like we're kind of getting blocked up here. It looks like my intestines after I've eaten cheese. It's the cock. All hail the cock! All hail the cock! Run away! Are you following me? Come on, Rhonda. Come on. Rhonda. Come. I think she's done. Do we know what the ghost is? I think it's twins. We think it's twins still, right? Hi, Sheffy.
I would guess it's twins.
Yeah, it's twins. We think it's twins. How are you, Sheffy? Hi, Hergo. Welcome on in, friend. How are you today? Happy Thursday. I almost forgot what day it was. Okay, I can't pick that one up. I got that one. I love me some twins. This one is actually not bad because it's 50% speed. So we're doing random today with a challenge on top because I'm evil. I'm evil. You're the only one next in the queue. I'm evil today. Hot Miss Evil, exactly. So it's random. We can't look at what the custom setting is. And then whoever lands in the pool for the drop is picking a number on the music boxes, and that's the challenge we have to do once we get inside. So we got a random map of Sunny Meadows, full map. We have no idea still what the custom is, but we know we have every single curse object. And then the challenge that we have to do is collecting every single item and putting it in the ghost room. Did you turn the cross upside down then? No, I didn't yet. Oh, I should, huh? I didn't even think about that, Sheffy. There was so many people here who haven't seen that. We were talking about that yesterday. I should do that. Thank you, Sheffy, for reminding me. There was a lot of people yesterday who have never seen that before. That's my favorite Easter egg. It catches on fire. The challenge of putting every item in the ghost room is insane. I know. I know. I know. I don't know what I was thinking when I made all these challenges. I do. I was actually thinking chaos. I can't. I lost my lighter. I lost my lighter. We have so many items to do. There's like, it's insane. This is insane. Chaos for sure. I know. Chaos is my middle name. CC Chaos. Yep, that's right. Chaos CC. I'm gonna die when I walk in. I probably have no sanity too. Stop it. I'm not done here. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not gonna work because I have no sanities. Wait. I wish to be sane. Okay, hold on. Didn't I just wish to be sane? I was trying to do the Easter egg to have it so it burns on fire.
Well, the cross is on fire.
No, it's not. Woo! Hello.
Instead of firing
Yes, guy.
crucifix, can you well, I think
What'd you say, Sky?
to come pick up the stuff.
I'm going. I wasn't distracted at all, I promise. Dog winning. I'm gonna step away for a second. Yo, please go take care of the doggies. Always. Always. Thank you for the jump scare. I needed a new pair of undies anyway. It's okay. It's fine. Who wants to not have undies? Fine. Fine. It's all good. What room are you guys in for this? Excuse me. Hi! Why are you all the way over here with me? She's not leaving me alone. She's following me. Oh, I wonder... No! I lost my lighter! I lost the lighter! How are we ever gonna find it? Hello? Are you my lighter? Are you my lighter? Guys, I think the lighter is gone. Lighter is just cooked. How long have we been on here for? 33 minutes. You should take some pills for sanity. I was thinking about that, yeah. Rhonda. I'm just trying to put the stuff out here. Your lighter has been sacrificed to the void. It has. It's gone. Forever. You're keeping big business. Yeah. I hate those. I hate metronomes. I hate the sound they make. It bothers me. Okay, Rhonda went that way, so I went this way. We go the opposite way of Rhonda. Fine. Still stuck. Is there any items over here still? Right there? This feels like it was a mistake. This was a grave, grave mistake we have made today. Pick up. Can I pick up anything? Bam. Got it. Got it. Okay. Ding ding! Do you wanna buy a snowman? Can I come out to you out now? Rhonda? I'll silently agree to that. Yeah, this is a grave mistake. Every single item on Sunny is getting enormously annoying. It's okay though. It's fine. It's okay. Great. Whoa, what just happened? Okay. Let's try taking some sanitetties. We can't check. We're just gonna put this down to the side for a second. Okay, these are all good. We've got everything here. That's just a lantern. Nope, we got a book. We got a book. We got a book. This book is on fire. Got another book? Okay. Do you have a lighter I could borrow?
Yes. Here.
Wait. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh! Another one bites the dust.
How did that happen?
And another one down, and another one down, and another one bites the dust. Boom, boom, boom. It's on fire! Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. Really? No one's there. Whew. Okay. Who got scared by the cross? Who got scared by the cross? I missed it. Isn't it cool? Like, that's my favorite one right there. Look at that. You gotta admit that's cool. Can someone clip that for me? I love this one. This is my favorite one of all time. Rude! Who's walking for me? Is Sky still here? Did we lose Sky? No? Sky's still there. Where's Sky? Sky, where are you?
In the male wing, locked.
It's not hunting anymore.
Keep my pile of items here.
Right? Oh, I lost a lighter again. My bad. I died again. You spin me around. Huh?
This place has a lot of pillows.
JC has fallen asleep, guys. I'm cooked. JC has fallen asleep. I'm never going to bed again tonight. Never ever going to bed tonight. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see here. What's in here? Okay. We're gonna go to the back. Thank you for the Barbie. Okay. 1, 2, 3. This is when we need them to give us like a backpack. You know what I'm saying? My tooth. Ah, broken tooth is bothering me, guys. There's no Barbie for me, of course. Hold on.
Why couldn't it be Tango? It will be done already.
We would have been done like 30 minutes ago.
I hate you guys, Barbie. It's gonna run for a while though, so let me know when like the thing so I can turn it off. Okay, let's do. Okay. I leave you guys alone for 5 minutes and you break Barbie. It wasn't my fault, Mama Truth. Mama Truth, everything was broken this morning. I was trying to fix OBS from the crash yesterday, and there was a lot of things broken. I was giving it said that OBS was giving thousands of bugs crashes yesterday. When I looked back at the log. It's so pretty! Let it burn deep down. You know it's bad when it's up at you. This girl is on fire. Thank you for the fart, Cushy. Do you know the ghost? We were thinking it was twins. Do you guys want to call it quits at this? We've been on this map for 41 minutes. Do you want to call it quits?
I don't care. Whatever you want to do.
Oh, I still have to transfer all the stuff because I just threw them outside the second part of the
Okay.
mail wing.
All right, let's take the stuff that you've already thrown out and put it into the ghost room, and then that could be it, because this was 5 minutes. I'm going crazy with this one. Aw, CC fixed it. Let's go. Hashtag legends. Thank you. Wait, did that just do a... Is this a mimic? Wait, you said we had EMF 5 though, right?
Yeah, we had EMF 5. EMF 5 and freezing.
Oh, maybe I'm just seeing the smoke from the burning crucifix. Never mind. I'm gonna go this way and grab the stuff on the other side. Sound works, not the screen. Yeah. Alright. I'll have to go through and see what it is. Literally every single thing had an update. Every single thing. OBS had an update. NVIDIA. Apparently NVIDIA had a huge ass update. Which is so weird because I checked every single thing yesterday and there was that one update. That's fine. I'm not that bothered by Rhonda. And then StreamerBot had an update. Firebot had an update. I was like, why does every single thing have an update right now? This is bogus. I was like, how is this even possible? I went to Ghost in the Park in St. Meadows when Blood Moon came out. In the park? Oh, you mean in the courtyard? Yeah, that's possible. The courtyard is a thing. Excuse me? Okay. I hate updating Discord because it always changes my settings. Same. Facepalm, I just realized this is the number 3 key and not the F3. I'm missing both keys. You can do it! You could do it, Mama Truth. You can do it! And the sound of that one guy from the Adam Sandler movies. You can do it! Sweet. Then, I mean, we're pretty much close to having everything done.
Yeah, I feel like we're fairly close to it. We could just finish.
Why did you let Lily back out? Can you put her back in the room, please? My daughter is salty because I told her she can't have extra time on her phone. Salty. Like bacon. Up. Okay, let's see here. I would be the same. True. It's really not good for them to spend that much time on the phone. And I feel like as a parent, it's my job and my duty to make sure they're getting accurate screen time along with accurate outside time, like just a good balance. There has to be balance. CC, can I promo a friend that has an Insta anime? Yeah, of course. Just do it on the Discord. I don't mind. I know some people have rules about that in Discord. I don't mind. That's not something that I care for. Like, I care about. Wait, what does that say? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. No, don't hurt me. Wait, are you coming to me? I hear you, Rhonda. Hi, Rhonda. Hey, girl, hey. Why are you acting like that? Don't get a little salty. I'm just trying to take your stuff. CC, yeah, I reply to people the moment they text, and then I reply days later, and I'm sorry if I do that. I will try to reply to you immediately. However, if it's like something where I just didn't see it, or if JC had clicked on it, which I'm putting, I have decided to put face recognition on my Discord for myself. Because JC keeps opening up my Discord. Whoops. You're catching up to me, Rhonda. I have work, so I don't reply much. Yeah, you're fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. Like, I am somebody who, even, like, with streaming. So, like, with streaming, like, I really want to hit partner, right? I'm not being shy about that. I know, I feel like I actually feel like I push you guys too much. Because it's not your guys' responsibility, right? It's my responsibility to network and to talk to people and to get more people in. But, what was I saying? But I understand that people have lives. And I will never be upset at somebody for not being here. Because it's not like it's your job to be here. I am just grateful for the time I have with you. Right? Like, that's the way I look at it. Just like, even when it comes to, like, my kids. Which I guess it's kind of... Why can't I see anything? I guess it's kind of funny when I think about it. But, like, even when it comes to my kids, I try to be, like, a good person to my kids. Not because, like, just because you're supposed to be. But because I only have so much time with them. Eventually, they're gonna leave me. And that's fine because that is your... Like, that is, like, what they're supposed to do. What is Twitch Partners? So Twitch Partners, I get a fancy little check mark next to my name. I get a few more privileges, and I get a higher pay rate from Twitch. So right now, like, Twitch takes most of the money that I make when, like, you guys sub and stuff. Partner, I get a little bit more of the cut. And there's just, like, some perks. That's it. Do we have everything? Am I muted?
There's 2 items behind this door. I can hear you.
Okay. And then we could be good.
Yeah, I think there's 2 items behind this door, and then that's the other one.
Sweet. Let's go. I'm so done with this map right now. You're right, that's important too.
Guys, not gonna bitch about it, but I'm ready to go.
I agree. Let's get out of here. Goodbye, son. That was so mean. I thought we are leaving. No, they do though, right? They have to understand the balance between being online and then real life.
The other person died.
Because if you don't have like real life stuff, then you're gonna get swept away in the chaos of online. I forgot to hit the twins.
The entire time waiting.
And it was 0 multiplier.
I was in the truck waiting the entire time.
Why? You should have been collecting items and helping us. We are here to help you in your goals and build good community, which are not dickheads. Exactly. Good community, no dickheads.
I'm not broke at all. I don't have $316
Okay.
right now.
All right, let's do another random. Wait, do you guys want to look at that first one, or do you want me to just reset it already?
Okay, let's check out.
You guys can check it out. I'm gonna do the drop. All right, guys, exclamation point. Drop it like it's hot. When you land, you're going to pick the music box today. You're not picking the map. You're picking the music box. Let's move this over here so I can see.
No wonder we weren't getting a third piece of evidence. There's only 2 pieces of evidence.
Shuffle.
It was the twin.
Oh, who's gonna land? Who's landing? Let's see. Oh, oh, oh! You just went outside the pool. You were so
The next
close.
one is gonna be awful.
Who's in?
Probably will.
Valentine, you have landed. Let me turn on the music boxes so you can see. All right, music boxes are. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Hold. Hold. Okay, you want 14? I guess soccer. Have fun at soccer, mama. Ugh. I forgot to check my weight today. I was gonna do that. Okay, anyway. All right, here we go. Nobody landed? All right. So 14. Sheffy. We'll see if Sheffy drops in. If Sheffy doesn't land, then we're gonna go to 14 right here. Oh, wait, you guys can't see it on this one, can you? Wait, can you see it over there? Yeah, okay. Welcome back. Wait, did it not do the unlurk sound? I give up. Okay, let's pick 14. Mouse attack. The mouse is out. Only use WASD. Okay, pick one more number just in case we can't do that one. I'll have that only for me. I'll let them do the other stuff. I'll let them play normal.
YASD?
WASD. 7? Okay, let's see what 7 is just in case. Bring all items back to the truck before leaving. Okay, so I'll have them do State Park and I'll do Mouse Attack. That's what we'll do. Yeah, that's fair. I don't want them to have no mouse. Okay, let me put this back over here. Okay, guys, here's how it's going to be. The first one that was picked was Mouse Attack, meaning you cannot use your mouse at all. Only WASD. I'm not going to make you guys do that one because I feel like that's evil.
I
So what?
technically can't.
That's true. Okay, so what we did is I had them pick a second box, and you guys got State Park. So what that means for State Park is anything that we bring into the house, you guys have to bring out of the house. Okay? Good?
Oh god.
I think
this
that that's
is gonna
pretty
be awful,
easy.
okay. It is easy, but depends on the map.
That's true.
That does count if we burn a smudge. You have to bring out the burn smudge.
Yes.
Too.
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
hell, okay.
Everything has to come back out, just like a state park. So when you go into a state park, anything you bring in, you have to bring back out. We're going to do that same exact thing. All right, let's get this random going. Nobody look. All right, it's set. It is set. Let's go. Fingers crossed for a gin. Oh, wait, for Tanglewood. All right, so Sheffy, after this next game, we'll cycle out and we'll get you in, okay? Let's see here. We've got a Cormus for Tasha. We've got a spirit. I am not a spirit. A spirit for Sheffy. Exclamation point. Guess ghost or G.
Oh,
Wait.
we are 75 speed. Oh.
Why is this not working?
I know this from my custom.
Choose outcome. It was not Pam the Child or Granny. It was Rhonda. RNG says you are spirited. We have Daniel this time. So we can have Naked Ned, though. Let's go.
It's a good thing we have sprint, though.
You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. I just wanted to say that again. Thank you so much, guys.
I'm slowly insane! Well, I did
Okay.
go insane.
Oh,
in
I
the
used my
insane
mouse.
asylum
I'm
time.
sorry. Sorry. I used my mouse. Okay, so I'm going to use this. And then I'll use this one. I want Carmos being a guy.
So you're working with no mouse?
No mouse at all.
Okay, I'm gonna try, but I don't promise anything.
When do you want to own guessing? And guessing? Let's do like 2 minutes. I can't use my mouse to turn this on. This is gonna be rough. Why do I do this to myself? Oh, I thought you can look but not use the items. No, I can't use the mouse, so the mouse is how I turn around. Please be naked, Ned. I will die. I think you should be allowed to click, but not use the mouse. Okay, that's fair. Let's look around. Okay. That's fair. I like that idea. Thank you. I spend 200 coins. What'd you spend 200 coins for? Okay. Not in here. Is it in the basement?
Yeah, it's in the
I can't. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having the doors open for me. You can't look. For the guessing? Oh. Then 200 coins. Does a dog show up on your screen, CC? No, it doesn't. I don't get to see them. Only you guys get to see them, sadly. It's in here. I can't look. Okay, I don't see. I'm not seeing any ghost orbs. But I can't check behind me either. So I don't know. Idea. I can't. Okay, there's the book. I'm only good for bringing in items. Yeah, this sucks. BB barking? Oh no. They okay? Okay, guys, tell me in chat, how fast do you think I'm gonna die? When am I going to die? He heard something outside. Don't close the doors on me! I'll just be the person that brings items in for you guys. I can't see. Why can't I move? I'm stuck. Oh, I think I'm on the wrong side of the door. I think I was on the wrong side of the door. That was hilarious. Oh, I'm in trouble. Can I get off? Oh my god, that just scared the bejeebies out of me. Thank you so much, Cushy. A wild wormhole appeal. Why can't I talk today? Exclamation point. Pokey check to see if you have it. Pokey catch with the ball of your choosing. If you do not, try to get that Pokemon. I'm not gonna lie. I am happy that we're doing this on multiplayer. Because I feel like doing this on single player would be even worse. Okay, come on. Oh, lining up. I can't get the ones on the bottom. What's the ghost? Oh, you'd be screwed if you were solo. You are losing frames. Am I?
Someone called it in the chat.
Hold on. Okay. Is that better? I'm slightly frustrated.
Right in.
Okay. Yep, better. OBS, I know, and I deleted so many different scenes and everything.
No, I didn't die.
I tried really hard to fix it. I tried really hard to fix it. Wait, are you also doing no mouse? Oh, you didn't have to. You really didn't want to do State Park, did you? Ah!
I'm also on controller, but I'm working slow. But see, for the so we have to just.
Oh no, I'm stuck!
or we have to do something. I'm placing them right where I got
If you're... Oh, I'm stuck.
In that order, I have to use my mouse.
If you're doing the mouse one, then you don't have to do State Park. It's just one or the other.
Okay, so I'm gonna...
I got your sticker on my name, CC. I got it. Wait, what do you mean? I got your sticker on my name? Oh! Oh! My badge! Yeah, let's go! I'm happy you got the badge. Hi, Tyher! You're not new! You're not new. I thought you meant like you got the actual stickers off of, Fourth Wall. I do have stickers on Fourth Wall. Precision. Oh, I can't touch it! Thank you for collecting your coffee. We did, yeah.
No, it's my crucifix.
Your crucifix. What if I wanted a crucifix? This is it. This is the only things I could get now, I think. Hold on, I could get this one. I got this! I'm new here. You're not. You're supposed to be at soccer. Can't you crouch? Oh! Steffi! You're a genius. Steffi, you are an absolute genius.
What did I truck? Oh, I trucked this.
Steffi is a genius! Why won't it let me grab it, though? It still won't let me grab it. Oh, did I grab that one?
Probably because some already got it. I've had an issue
Got it.
too where
Your alarm window on vertical is misaligned. I'm gonna have to fix everything. Just dropping by to say hello and love your face. Off to making this Twitch chat game. Ooh, what are you making? May I have it? I love chat games.
I'm asking for permission, Sissy.
Like, we have this one.
I think I brought everything I picked up.
Did you?
I was walking around without a cursor the entire time, so I'm free. I can wait in the van.
Okay. I'm trying to make a tavern brawl for my viewers to challenge each other and fight. Ooh, like kind of like a Tangia dungeon. Run! Did it play the sound? Like a bar fight. I love that idea. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Sort of, but it's all just in chat. Did the number game not work? Wait, I just realized that. The number game didn't work. Streamer bots, get your shit together. Let's try it like this. Hold on. No, I gotta figure out why, because it's gonna bother me. It says it's all good to go. Nothing should be disabled. Commands? Oh, I forgot about this one. I'm gonna add this one back on. I love this one. Enabled. Yeah, it says it's enabled. I don't know. Thank you so much for the drink. I'm gonna have to go through, Mama. I think something with the update. There's gotta be something. Yeah, the update must have done something. I have some stuff in my hand.
Yeah, spirit boxes. Alright, you wanna get the swimmers? I'm gonna shut it, but I can't talk. And the lighter.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. It wasn't letting me start streamer bots without the update. I don't know why. It wouldn't connect. So then I did the update like 5 minutes before stream, and I looked through all the stuff. It all says it's enabled. It says everything is on, but we can't hear any sounds at all. I have no idea why. There's just absolutely no sounds. I'm just gonna say this. I'm just happy that this didn't happen yesterday. Right? Because if this had happened yesterday, I would have been so sad. It's not even funny. Hello?
Yeah, because we don't have.
Changing these settings might restart streamerbot. Logbot. Okay. Stream apps, integration, services, MDI. Voice controlled, that hates me anyway. Let's try it. Closing time. It's raining. That's showing me that I have it's picking up the right sounds, but I'm not hearing anything. I don't know what that one is. I'll get onto their, what I'll probably do is I'll go onto their website, or not the website. The fuck? I'll go onto their Discord later, and I will try and see. I made a cool question. Would you be happy to play Phasmo on someone's laptop, even if it's 10? I would, yeah. I've played my laptop before it exploded. Okay, I'm gonna restart StreamerBot. Let's see.
What is the speed of the ghost?
Let's see, guys. Let's see. StreamerBot restart. There's already a copy of StreamerBot running. Guys, I think I fucked up. Fucked up! Hold on. Now it's not even letting it start.
Yeah, guys, is still on here.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's try that. Okay, I force closed it. Rip CC! Bye! Okay, OBS is connected, it says. Not recording, but I am streaming. Okay, password is set up. Okay. Okay, I'm all set up. Let's try. Okay, hold on. Let me move this over here.
That was on. I would have been dead next.
Okay, thank you for collecting your coffee. I just can't quite see it right this second. Hi, David. Hold. All right, let's try redoing this. Properties. Let's redo StreamerBot. Just in case. Okay, and then I'm not hearing that. Did you guys hear it? I didn't hear it, but did you guys? That's all that matters. Yes, okay, let's try. Did you guys hear that? Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to go. Guys, if I have to go through every single command, do you know how many commands on StreamerBot alone I have? We're not going to talk about how many commands I have on FireBot. Do you know how many commands I have on StreamerBot? I have 2 different bots. We won't talk about FireBot because that one's crazy. No, David, nope, Mama, we're past that. On StreamerBot alone, we're at 362 commands. If I have to go through every single one on StreamerBot alone, chaos rookie numbers. Oh god. 7 more.
That scared the shit out of me.
Then we get drunk. Oh god.
There's definitely brown in my pants.
That's a lot of commands I'm gonna have to do, guys. That's a lot. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. There's no way. There's no way around that. I am legitimately cooked. Damn, she fine. God, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Hold on, I'm gonna put my heart rate down. That was like really big for whatever reason. Let's move it over here. There we go. Add mix it up bot for your third bot. No, I already have stream elements. I have stream elements live or stream elements and just stream elements as my third bot. You're leaving, Cece. Okay, got that. Hold on, I'm gonna do some squats. Let's try to get through these. Make sure you check the ghost. Oh, I forgot to do that.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Of course, it's 0-0.
Of course. What did it did for the 0? Yeah, let's see.
7, 8, 9, 10. I ran 3 miles on the treadmill today.
What?
I did squats.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You're
1,
streaking!
2, 3,
Woo!
4.
Boop, boop. Got you! Okay. Woo. I didn't hear it, but I got you. And we're in ads. I'm so sorry, guys.
It did 5 ghost events, 29 ghost interactions, 1
Squats.
ghost hunt. We were in there for about 16 minutes.
And you what?
Oh, that's good. At least we got the ghost right so early on.
Timing
It
ghost
still didn't
room,
work. Hold on. All right, Cushy,
Ghost
all the
moves
ones
12
that are
items,
the
these
voice
3 items,
the voice
moves
mod
12
ones.
doors, toggled 2 light switches, did 29
What we'll do,
interactions, events 5,
Cushy,
1 hunt.
is
The whole hunt duration was like 1
I'll
second.
have to look at it,
because
Cushy.
It was like right on top of CC.
I'll give them
Bella
back
was
to
in the
you. I'll
kitchen.
refund them.
And
And then I'll take a look at
I
it.
did the both challenges. First half was me just moving.
I gotta turn them down though. They're
and
loud
the
in my
other
ear
one was
holes.
just getting the stuff
My
back.
ear holes. I'm tired now. All right, Ghost Guess is up and running. Okay. Am I muted?
What was
Can you hear me?
the,
Exclamation point, drop it like it's hot. If you land in the pool, you're gonna pick our challenge.
Please, guys, make it easy.
Oh god. Well, they have no say. Like, it's not anything that they could do. It's just literally what is the luck of the draw. We're gonna do 3.
RNG.
Yeah, it's literally just numbers. Sheffy wants to play. All right, would any of you want to hop on out so Sheffy can hop in?
Yeah, sure. I can hop on out.
All right, thank you, Shy. Thank you for playing.
You're welcome. You guys have a good day.
I was
All right,
saying the
Sheffy,
same,
hop on
but
in.
He beat me to it.
Let's get some Sheffy in here.
We love a Sheffy. The Sheffy, the
We do love the
ASMR
Sheffy.
voice.
The drop screen misaligned on Vert. Why? I didn't move it though. I didn't move it. What do you mean?
Okay. Okay.
That scared me.
Who did that?
What
did
a
that?
squeeze in behind David. Ooh. Nobody has landed in the pool. Nobody
Frosty
landed.
Who did that? Dude, it wasn't me. What?
No idea. No idea, Frost, at all.
No clue who did that. No clue who did that.
Pick. Sheffy.
Oh,
Sheffy,
Sheffy.
I missed you.
Hello, Sheffy.
Hello.
Wait,
Hello,
Shy!
hello,
I
hello.
didn't know you were live. Shy! Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome on in. My name is Cece. I'm the slightly unhinged, highly caffeinated mom who found her way to Twitch. David landed? Okay. Thank you so much for raiding to me. Thank you for picking me. If you need to raid and fade, please take care of yourself. And thank you for playing with us. I didn't know you were live. Welcome back to Land of Crazy and Coffee. Okay, so David landed. So I'm going to switch over so that we can have the music box open. And we'll see what our fate is. Sheffy, are you ready for this? Are you ready, Chefy?
We'll see. We'll see.
Just be prepared. That's all I'm saying. Just be prepared. All right, let's see here. Let's turn this music box on. And then over here to this music box on. And here we go. Let's see. Okay, what did David pick? David? Did you pick a number? Did David pick a number? I can't see that right now.
1 second, let me see.
I have a bad habit of landing behind Cece. I guess I'm just destined to watch her from the back of these ghostly halls with your ghostly balls. 14.
He just picked
Okay.
14.
All right, ready, guys? I'm kind of nervous.
Ready.
Hot mess. Make the house a hot mess before leaving. This actually isn't that bad. We're actually okay with this one. So what this means for this one is that we can find the ghost. We could do all the ghosty things first. And then afterwards, after we've done all that, we just have to trash the
Entire
house.
house.
The entire house. We have to make the house
We
look like
just
it
need
was
to
a
get
frat
Dildo
party.
Guest.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we had a
and
dildo gas, that'd be perfect.
and a good random.
So basically treat the house like the ghost is a Delta guys.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Struggle bus on my house on the regular, same. We are always on the messy bus. Okay. Oh, wait. I forgot to choose the random. Okay, hold on. Wait, that's a 0. I'm going to try to do... Really? Okay, there we go. At least we have some sort of a multiplier. Multiplier. Why do I... I'm just going to stop talking. Sorry, I was clipping my struggle. What struggle?
I saw a piece of the difficulty, and I'm not a fan.
Don't look! You're not supposed to look. That's cheating.
I just...
Oh. I mean, this house kind of already is a hot...
Oh my god,
Jeffy.
is that Grafton? Oh shit, okay.
Jeffy.
It is.
I just recognized it because Grafton is the
Oh.
only map who has the black tint on the long.
All right, guys. Exclamation point. G
Alright.
guess or ghost. Get your ghost guessing in before it's too late. We did not have Naked Ned that round, sadly. But we can have who this one? We can have Jack Baker. So maybe we can have Naked Ned again. Let's
Oh,
see. Let's
friend.
try.
So fun.
Get your gambling needs in. Do what you can do with it. Is it APOC? Wait, is it? It's not
Weird
APOC because
husband.
it was only a 1. It was a 1 setting. Okay, this isn't bad. This isn't bad. A Galoo for Anne.
EMF entryway in the foyer.
Was it towards the floor or towards the like the mid cursor?
Room.
Okay. So maybe a phantom or a wraith?
I'm leaning more towards Phantom. Wraith was gonna be on me.
Let's see here. Let's see if we can find... Oh, you guys need a filter, don't you? Let me know if I lag with the filter on, guys, okay? It's saying my GPU is at 75%. Just let me know. Wait, why is that filter looking bad? Hold on. I didn't change the filter. It was just fine. There we go. Is that better? Is that okay, guys? Is that okay for you? Tell me how's it look. I don't see ghost balls. So that's good.
Are you here?
No, I'm not.
How old are you? Are you friendly?
We just walk around with this to find the bone. How does the game look?
Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Are you friendly?
Better now? Easy, after this game, check Discord. I send you some.
See. What
I
you
don't know if I'm
doing?
muted. About that. It wasn't me! It wasn't me! It wasn't me! I swear! It's not me! It is not me! It's not me!
Oh, try the hunt. CC has the voodoo.
Was I muted, Sheffy? Did you hear me? Was I muted? It wasn't me! It wasn't me, I swear! Somebody did use item. It wasn't me!
It looks like it was you.
Wow.
I picked it
Oh, now it's really hunting.
It wasn't
Oh, wait.
me!
No, it's just Yurei.
Cece, I'll be back. Okay.
Maybe it's
Oh
Yurei.
no, not the voodoo. It wasn't me though.
Is it
Okay,
Yurei?
there's Shaggy.
That's what it looks like.
It's for StreamAbout. Thank you, Spyros. That was definitely a Yurei ability.
Hey, look.
It's not Ned or Grandpa. Or Butcher Daddy, I mean. That's sadness. That is
Cici,
sadness.
You blocked the ghost. You blocked the
I'm
ghost.
sorry.
Take a picture.
You want... Hey, you could take pictures of me. It's okay. It's okay, Sky. You could take pictures of me.
Well, I
Take my
got the
picture.
picture of your booty.
Ooh, look at that thing. It's the squats! I tell you, the squats are just making this thing go ba-dum. You know?
Yeah, it's going like honka honka.
I came back to you saying it wasn't me because it wasn't me. They call her Mr. Bombastic. What the fuck are you playing with, Alistair? One of your people looks like a Wendigo. You must hide a moo. Looney, you should come and play. Come and play, Looney. Do you hear them saying hi to you, Looney? Lag, Cece? Is it lagging? Alright, let me turn off the filter. My GPU is still up. Hold on. It's something with Grafton. My camera is lagging? That's weird. Okay, on my side, it looks fine. From Shaggy to Laggy.
We have no Cursey Burns left.
Uh-oh. I'm not seeing anything on OBS in terms of the lag. Mine is showing fine. Are you using broadcast? Yeah. Yeah, because I have the vertical on. I think what we're gonna have to do, I think we're gonna have to get rid of vertical and turn off enhanced broadcasting. I don't think we have a choice. I really don't think we have a choice, guys. I'm so sorry. I have a good GPU too. I'm not even... I have a 5060 Ti. I have a good GPU. I don't know. But my GPU is up at 90% right now for some reason. I'm gonna have to go through everything this weekend, I think, and really just change settings. I really think I'm gonna have to. Let me know if it lags again. I'm watching it. Okay, so I'm watching it now. It's lagging again. Yeah, it is more. Yes, Sky. What's up, Sky?
Since Grafton is already trash, so we can basically just learn what the ghost is and leave.
Yeah, I was gonna
It's a
say,
cheat sheet.
you guys could even see my GPU usage on the stream. Like, it shows up in the top. So it's showing you guys, like, if you look up at the top of my stream right there, like, I'm on the computer and I could see it. I'm watching from this screen. I could see my GPU. When I was in there about to walk into the house, my GPU was up at 90. I think you need to reduce your screen on the stream view. Like, in your stream hardware, in your stream software. Make it... No? What do you mean? Okay, I don't know if this is okay to show you guys, but I'm gonna show you guys anyway.
Yeah, I just saw the.
Where's my... Okay, can you guys see it? Wait, that's vertical. I'm gonna do it only on the other one. Let me go over to this one. Let's try that. Okay, can you... Nope, wrong screen. Oh my god. Stop it. Okay, look right here. Okay, you guys see my OBS? Like this? I have that small. So many CCs. I'm sorry. Like this is the whole new thing for me. Like this entire program is new to me because of ATM. So like this, like my old OBS didn't look like this. This is all new to me. We love all the CCs. I'm sorry. There, let's go like that. I don't like this is all new to me, but like I don't know. Oh, it does that a lot actually. It freaks out like that a lot. I don't know what else to do. And it's only been like this since I switched over to trying to use vertical. Before vertical, I wasn't having this issue. I was having internet issues, but I wasn't having this issue. I went from my OBS hasn't even crashed since December. Not even since December. So the fact that it's crashing now, there's obviously something happening. Like there's something going wrong. So I did the bug log, right? Went through, I got the crash log, I got everything out, I was looking through everything, I was compiling it and all that jazz. It was telling me that it was something to do with my broadcaster, or not broadcaster, it was the background blur for NVIDIA. And it was because that it was too small. But it also said that there was other plugins that were causing thousands, like everything together was causing thousands of bug reports to be sent in on the log. Like, you should have seen this log. Guys, the log was almost 1 million words. That's how many things are being sent to it. And this has only happened since I went over to the ATM, to the ATM stream suite. So I don't know what to do because I either use ATEM to do the vertical and the multi-streaming, or I don't multi-stream at all, or I go back to stream elements. So there's really like a whole bunch of like there's just like we have a lot to consider right now. All right, sorry guys, there's a Pokemon in chat. My unused smudge is in the living room. I think I'm just gonna go Yuri, and then hit it and quit it. You guys alive? Are you alive? Monkey paws in the dining room. Okay. It's hunting. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I think for starters, what I'm gonna do is I might switch back to Stream Elements Live. So I think I'm gonna get rid of the vertical, and I'll go back to Stream Elements Live for right now. I need to ask Mathman, I think. I think I need to go to his Discord and ask him, because I know he uses ATM.
I don't think we have other customs.
I don't know. Alright, I'm ready to go if you guys are. I want to get off this map. I think the map is crashing my GPU.
Well, I'm gonna wait another hunt. Unless Steffi wants me
Yes,
here in the
less
Discord.
yapping, more action. I'm sorry, I'm a yapper! What can I say? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm a yapper. I know this. What do you think about Grafton? I love the map itself. I just have a hard time streaming it. It's probably just a year. Yeah, it did that like 3 times. It shut the front door 3 times without an event, without a hunt. It is definitely a Ure. If it's not kinetic, it's kinetic. Did he die? Did he die?
Yeah, they're both dead.
Yeah, we could leave. I'm pretty sure it's a Ure. Demon, imagine. Oh my god. Like yesterday. Okay, so yesterday when OBS crashed, when we had almost partner, by the way, we were almost at partner numbers. and it crashed yesterday.
I was
I don't
not
know.
ready
It
for
was
that
there
night.
was thousands.
For my final cry. Did you hear my final
Yeah,
cry?
I did.
No, I didn't.
I
What
chime in.
happened?
Haven't you people ever heard of closing the
I
goddamn
just
door?
went there,
No,
saw the
much
ghost and
better
say,
to fix
"Kill me,
these
mommy!"
kinds of things.
Yeah, that was
You
a,
don't
it
need
was
to
one
talk to
evidence,
him like
2
that.
second grace.
Okay, let's see here. I mean, honestly, that first part, it doesn't look too bad. 100 ghost speed. Evidence given was 1. This doesn't look bad at all, actually. Setup time 0. Oh, we had every
It
cursed
was a no
possession.
sprint.
This is not a bad that was not
No,
bad
just 5 of them.
at all.
Only 5.
Yeah,
Not all 7.
that wasn't bad.
6, 7. How many cursed objects are there?
6,
All right,
7.
Yeah,
make sure
exactly.
you guys drop 2, okay? Exclamation point! Drop it like it's hot with your favorite emote.
Like it's
If you land in the pool, you're gonna pick our curse. You're gonna pick if we live or die, basically.
Surprise.
That's the best way I could see it.
CC, I see your insides.
Ayo? Ayo? My
Surprise.
insides.
Told CC, I see her insides.
I feel like I'm being violated. All right, let's see here. Did anyone land in the? I landed in the pool. Rude. Cause she landed in the pool. Let's go.
Your head is just in her journal.
Oh, Sissy, you have a partial beard.
Oh my
Lord
God.
help me. All right, Cushy. You ready, Cushy? You ready? Are you
I see her
ready?
entire tongue. That's a big tongue.
My tongue's not big. What do you mean?
You
Start
can
again.
Shoot it in game.
Okay, ready?
Yeah,
21
Sissy,
and 1.
What are you
Okay.
talking about? You're
This
muted.
house ain't big enough. Only. Oh,
Oh God, that
We could
looks
go with
so
that one.
weird. Oh God, I just took a screenshot. Oh
we could do
God.
that. Okay.
Oh no.
We could do that.
I did something.
could do
on
that
my game
one.
Called Dark.
We could do that. We
Oh,
got
boy.
this one. Okay, this wasn't too bad either. Okay, so it says this one is this house ain't big enough. So what that means is we can only have one person in the room at a time. So if we walk into the house, right, and say there's like a hallway, you can only have one person walk in at a time until somebody else leaves the hallway. Pretty easy. I think so. Like, this would be fine. This is not a big deal.
Yeah, especially with your
We good?
ADHD, it's gonna be very easy. Yeah.
I'm lagging again, I think. Am I lagging? Uh-oh.
No.
I just
No.
saw it on my camera.
You look fine.
I'm fine. I'm good. I'm not lagging. I literally saw lag on OBS and I got worried.
Seems okay here.
Okay.
Did you
All
know
right,
that
let's
you
do
have
this.
your character has a really big tongue?
Oh
I've got a
my,
big tongue
Sheffield.
IRL too.
A very, very
Find
big
out
tongue.
it's all open plan. That would be
Okay,
bad.
changes difficulty.
Okay, here we go.
Randomize.
Ring around the
randomize
rosies.
that hoe.
Why do we keep getting zeros? I'm gonna do it until we. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, I'm not looking at what it is. I just saw the number. We're good.
Yeah, just look at the number. Don't look at what it.
Yep. Just looking at the number.
If it's a good, if it's a good multiplier, we probably have 0 sanity.
It's a good multiplier. It's not like
No,
a
I don't
crazy
know.
good. It's a decent one. It's like a nightmare
Oh,
multiplier.
okay.
I'll lurk call. See you later. Okay, have fun, Spyro. Thank you for being here. All right, what do we have? We have pending.
We have
All right, guys, we have
response
pending.
to pending.
We have pending.
Brian.
All right, we got Brian Sweeney. That means we can have Naked Ned. Yes, no, maybe so, or Butchered Daddy. Let's do
No
exclamation
flashlights.
point.
Oh,
Did you guys start this
God,
one?
Oh God, we have
Okay.
the tier 3.
AG Ure.
What?
Okay. And then start guessing. I'm not doing that right now, John. Okay. Get your ghost guesses in. We cannot have a Banshee. We cannot have a Diane. Keep that in mind. Because you don't want to get it wrong. A mare for Cushy. Let's go. Okay. Let's grab. I'm gonna grab this one. And then I'll grab a lighter. And what do we want? I'll go this way. We got a mimic for Topaz and a demon for David.
Mirror. The breaker is broken.
Okay. Is anyone in the hallway? Can I come in? Can I come into the out now? Wait, I'm gonna go to the living room. Okay. Oh, not Noni. It is not Noni.
Okay, who's where?
I'm in the living room.
Master bedroom.
I'm
I'm gonna go
gonna be Rob. I typed him a Roy. Wait, where? What room? We can only have one at a time. I see that.
I forgot we had. It seems like we have 0 sanity because I broke the mirror trying to find the ghost.
Yeah, we have 0 sanity.
The ghost hasn't hunted yet.
But the crucifix was used.
Okay, who's in the garage? It's cold breath in the garage. Well, it's snowing.
I can't see the ghost! Is there anyone in the dining room? Okay, I'm in the kitchen. I'm in the kitchen. I'm trying to see where it is. Okay. Are you in the garage still or the room next to it? Okay, I'm gonna be right here. Oh. I love how any word but the actual word counts as random, right? Okay, here's my bam.
I'm gonna go grab a smush and
There we go. Oh.
I'm going.
Okay, are you out of the hallway so I could grab that stuff?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is like, do you guys, like, you remember when they used to do, like, the fire brigades, like, the fire buckets, and back and forth? This is what it feels like. It's a fire brigade. Why isn't this working? Aye.
or something?
Here you go. Here you go. Take that.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I already got that one. Okay.
Guy, where did you go?
I'm giving everything to the garage. This is crazy. Why is my phone going off like crazy? What the hell? Someone's doing a find my iPhone alert. What is happening? Why is my phone going off like that? What the heck? Twice. They sent it to my phone twice. Why? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I got distracted. My iPhone was sending an alert.
Do we have a photo camera anywhere?
Yes, I brought one in. Wait, where's the ghost? Ned! It's Ned! Ned! It's Ned! It's Ned! I'm okay. I'm okay dying to that. I don't mind.
Yeah, she got stuck in the laundry room.
CC has lost an iPhone 12 Pro at the beach years ago. Someone found it. I've had this phone for a long time. I just want to stop by and say hello. Hope you all are having a good evening. If no one told you today, you are beautiful, amazing, wonderful, and fantastic. The world is a better place with you in it, and I love you. Oh, Kodiak! You're so beautiful. I'm going to pin that. I'm pinning you. You've been pinned. You're pinned. You are very much pinned. You're adorable. I hope you are having a beautiful Thursday. This is great. I just died in here because of it. Where did he come from, though? Where did he come from? Hi, Ty. Welcome on in. How are you today? I think what I'm gonna do after stream is get rid of vertical. I know you use it, Topaz, and I'm sorry. But I think we're really gonna have to get rid of vertical. Okay, to me, from my uni days, a fire bucket was a drink. 2 shots of fire whiskey and alcohol. And Alco Pop apple lemonade. No, a fire brigade, you silly willy. Buy vertical. I think it's gonna have to. It would have been if they tried to return it, they immediately turned it off when they realized it was cloud blocked. Yeah. Where are you, beautiful? Oh, I see you. Hi. Hi. Hi, my love. Hi, you sweet little bean. Come back. You're so beautiful. Can I just... Hi. Hi, look at you. Look at the booty. Look at the booty cheeks. We got booty. Look at him. Look at how beautiful he is. Oh, wait, what? Is it a Maroi? Wait, it can't be a Maroi. We have no sanity. But the... Wait, what? Is anyone else confused? What is it? It's Naked Ned. It's an Obake? I didn't see the shift. Yeah, ghost shapeshift. Let's go. I guess Ned. Hurry up, guys. Ghost guessing didn't end, so get your ghost guesses in quickly. It's an Obake. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Boop. Good job, guys. Good job. I don't even mind dying. I don't mind. I don't mind. I really want to know, though, who made my iPhone go off? Why do I have 39 messages on TikTok? What? Okay. Okay, let me see what Spyro said.
Yeah, we are already in the van.
Yeah, I have that. I have that like that. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at what Spyro sent me. Oh! Wait! I did! The panic was real for a second there. Oh gosh, the panic was real. Okay. Let's take a break from the music box for a second for one game and just do random. How does that sound? I am lagging.
Sure.
Why am I lagging so badly in the lobby?
So whatever they did with either the quality of life update or the hotfix they did like 1 week after, for whatever reason, public and private lobbies, when you return from the game, you're gonna lag for a good 5 to 10 seconds.
No, I know what my issue is.
It's probably
no, I know.
they're adding a code.
No, I know.
They're gonna unlock this door over
Yep.
here, so it'll be
I know
a
my
more
issue.
Personalized thing.
Okay, override sharpness off.
Go visit Lisa.
Resolution half. That's what it was! I knew it! I didn't even think about this. They're trying to contact you about your Twitch extended warranty, probably. Okay, so half of this is fixed, half of this is not
what
fixed.
about the warranty?
Okay, let's see. Okay, I just tried turning my settings back down because I had an NVIDIA update. And usually NVIDIA updates mess up my entire game settings. So maybe that's good now? But I'm still at 92% GPU usage. Why? Why is this? We're just in the lobby. Ah, you're killing me, Smalls.
All those bling blings of in the trophies.
Right.
That's what messes you.
Let's try turning off eye adaptation. Oh my god, I'm being blinded.
Yeah.
I've been blinded by the light.
No,
It's
Sissy,
bright.
don't look into the light. Don't look into it. Don't look
Eye
at it. Turn
adoption.
around.
Eye adoption back on. Okay, that was bad. Okay. All right, so we're going to take a break from the music boxes. We're just going to do random and see how it goes there. Thank you so much for the follow, friend. Welcome. That is quite a time to come in. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let me do the actual ghost, and it was, and I'll bake a cake.
Oh,
Thank
I
you for
love
the
that
jump
sound.
scare.
Dude,
You
we
do,
did
don't you?
that.
I know. Who would do that, Frost? Right?
We did
Who would
that.
do that?
Can't believe anyone would do that to CC. How dare you?
I know. Welcome back, Spyro. Okay, ready? I'm gonna throw the dice. Oh, that's a good multiply. Okay, that's good. I can't look. We're not looking, but that's a good one. We have a good one. This is really good.
That is a number.
That's a number. That is a number. We're
It's definitely a number.
Yeah.
Okay, so
based
this-
on the
This is getting
number, probably. Is it high?
it's
very
mid.
good. I didn't
6.98.
look at any of the settings, but I looked at the number.
It's good. It's a good one.
It's
So this is
198.
this is actually a good thing
What-
that we're
what's the
taking a
number?
break.
6.98.
Yeah, it's fine. It's like
Zero
not-
Be
evidence.
fun.
That's my
Yeah.
guess.
Fine.
yeah, we're
We got it,
fine.
we got it.
Okay, I'm so happy though that we're not doing the music box for this one. Okay, get your ghost guesses in! Exclamation point G guess or ghost to see what we have. Yep, take a little break. We're taking a little break for this one. Hi, Sassy.
Monroe's slow.
Welcome back, Spyro.
Wait, what does sanity pills give?
We have Anthony.
Oh,
Oh no!
Did you guys just see what I saw?
Oh,
25%.
no.
25%
Guys,
sanity.
Look outside. We have flashlights at least.
Sissy.
It's a blood
Sissy, you're
moon, we're
muted.
Slow, and we have no sanity.
You know we're all gonna die. We're all gonna die down here. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die.
At least we'll die together.
You and me and you, all dead together. I'm doing my rounds. I'm having a blood moon right now. Oh no, Sassy. Oh no. Okay, I'm taking this. I'm not fucking around. I'm not gonna be a fuck around and find out situation.
We're all gonna die down here.
Everybody dies sometimes. $6.25 for a middle. Okay, I'm not seeing any ghost orbs. Okay, blood moon. I know, Spyro. I know. Oh, is the car going off, or is that Dixper?
Yeah, it's a car.
Okay. Well, I guess that tells us where the ghost is. Thank you for collecting your coffee. Okay, let's see here. At least we know where the ghost is, right? We have to be positivities. Wait. No! It was Dixper! It was Dixper! Guys, he
Oh
just
my
spawned
God,
inside of me.
I just heard a heartbeat and smudged.
Sky pre-smudge! Welcome on in. Is it Desp? Can I call you Desp? Welcome on in, friend. How are you today? I do like to get to know everybody, so I want to ask you, do you play Phas? And if you play Phas, what is your favorite ghost type? So is this... Oh.
Turn the breaker.
Rude.
Sorry, I was trying to get script off.
She's a friend of mine. Aw, welcome on in, friend. Hi. Or, oh, can I call... Wait, is it... Is it Sarah? Can I call you Sarah? I see Sarah in there. I see Sarah. What do you like to be called by? I wouldn't want to, like, call somebody that I didn't want to be called by. Hi, Kai. Welcome on in. Hi, man down. Thank you. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Oh. He's eventing everywhere. How are you guys today? How's your Thursday going? Okay.
Ensuite bathroom. Ensuite bathroom.
Not an Oni, not a Banshee, not a Diane. Not a core mouse. Okay.
Should be a crucifix in the foyer. Yeah. Someone died.
What was that? Grandpa was angry. Oh God. Can I be referred to as David with an I don't know how to do that.
The temperature's lower in the ensuite bathroom.
But
over in the
Spyro, thank you so much for bringing in friends. It really means a lot. Oh,
here as it is in the bathroom over there. In
guys,
the
can you hear me?
It's like 6 degrees over there.
Is it still going?
It's like twins or something.
Okay. We're still going, right? You guys can hear me? I think I just got kicked from the game. I just lost all sound. Like, literally, like...
I'm getting 10 degrees in here, and I get 8 degrees over.
I
in the
have no
bathroom.
sound at all
And
anymore
this
for a
is
second
where
there. I
my
thought
wife
everything was
thinks the
kicked.
bathroom is its room. But, well, shoot.
Okay, what is
I
happening?
started the hunt from here because it killed CC
You can hear
immediately
me?
in here.
Okay. Let's try...
Oh, it's definitely
What the
here.
flip? What is happening right now? I have no sound. It stopped for a second. I can hear you now.
6 degrees.
My AirPods aren't dead. I'm checking right now. My AirPods are fine. Are you dead? I am dead, yeah. I have no sound though. I can either hear Cece or she's one of the voices in my head. Probably the latter. It stopped. Okay. I don't know what's happening right now. I mean in game. Yeah, I'm dead in game. But right now I have no sound anywhere. Can somebody do one of the Pangeas, please? I feel like I'm getting good nosebleed again. I have 2 randomly bruises on my leg. I have them all over the place. Yeah, I can't hear that. I have no sound at all. What just happened? What is happening with my computer? Guys, is somebody hacking my computer? What is happening right now? There's no system sound. I'm checking. My system has no sound at all, it's saying. How does that even happen? There's no sound at all, it says. What is happening right now? Let's try that one. Guys, I don't know what's happening. I really don't. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you guys can hear just fine, but I have no sound. I can't hear anything at all. Maybe should I try turning off my AirPods and turning them back on? Okay. I don't hear it. I can see it, but I don't hear it. Wait, something just happened. It's saying my AirPods can't connect. What the? What is going on, guys? Hold on, here's my AirPod case. Oh, I hear it! I can hear things! Okay, I have sound! I have sound again! But it's struggling. I have sound, but it's struggling. Fund for different headphones. I wasn't looking! SK, I just saw, the person that you invited to play that game. I just can't get that game until next week, SK. I can get it next week when I get paid. I can't play it until then.
Where?
Yeah, I think it's a stalker.
Sounds are on CC. Everything's on my struggle bus right now. I need the tissues for my issues. Because I'm gonna... Stop sucking me. Why did I get a 2-year badge for CC? Because I made them. You saw the person I invited, huh? They posted a Discord thing I'm assuming it was you. Because you asked me, so I thought you asked them too. Because I know you're good friends with them as well. I'm trying to talk in code, okay? I haven't been. No. Anne. So what? Because it's my 2 years anniversary. What I did is I made badges. So for 4 hours of watch time, you get that badge, and then if you gift 4 subs, you get the other badge. Yeah, and listen, y'all better like them because I spent like 3 weeks making those badges. I drew them by hand. Y'all better like them. And I don't have my pen anymore, so I had to use my fat ass fingers. Do you know how rough that is? Put bananas in my butt. To be honest, I'm not very active in their Discord. It's okay. Oh, I didn't. No, unrelated. It's not a banana door. And I said, don't put bananas in my butt. Don't put bananas in my butt. Any particular flavor of sub? Nope, it's just 4 subs. It's just gift 4 different subs and you're good to go. You have cute fingers. Yeah, that's how I feel. I don't know about that, but thank you. I said I wasn't going to say anything mean about myself, didn't I? And I said something mean. Crud. Crud buckets. DC is feel your pain. I'm dealing with a tooth infection. I have the same thing right now, Cushy. I'm pretty sure I have another tooth infection. Bombastic side-eye. Wait, why'd I get a 2-year badge? Because you've been watching for 4 hours. And you gifted subs. DC, idea. What's the idea?
Yeah,
But I
that's
really
what it,
lean
that's what
extended
it made me
times.
think of.
Any
But
ideas, you
still,
could
we
also
don't
put them
we
in
don't
the
know
Discord,
whether
so I
they
don't forget.
did something to the speed of the ghost.
Not like that, SK. It's because of watch
Well,
time, you
people,
goofy goober.
me and
You goofy
Sheffy came
goober!
to the conclusion that we're gonna go with twins.
Twins.
But we still don't know
Hi, Time!
whether
How are
they
you,
tempered
cutie?
with the ghost speed.
How was the rest of your games? Did you have a good time? I left for the gym, so I do apologize. I got to the... Woo! There was a hair on me. I thought it was a bug.
Oh, someone is crying.
I thought it was a bug!
Welcome back.
Guys, there's a wild Pokemon chat! Exclamation Poke check to see if you have it, and Poke catch with the ball of your choosing to try. So another sound here is from Beth's side. Yeah, I should.
Yurei?
Yeah. I think something something in the custom has to be off.
I don't know. Let's see what the custom was. Okay,
So,
starting
rolling
soon. That's
to medium.
fine.
Changing favorite room medium.
75% ghost speed, that's what it was.
Activity level was high. That makes sense. Interesting. I thought the dog scared you. No, it was my. There was a hair on my elbow, and I thought it was a bug. It scared me. Are you ready for it again? Wait, am I muted? Oh gosh, I was muted. I was talking to you and I was muted.
It was acting like
Ready to go?
at some point.
Yeah, it was acting like a stalker.
Guys,
you're
it's
running
just the
it
listen. Have any of you watched Disney's Lightning McQueen, like Cars, the show Cars, the movies Cars?
Yes.
The movies, yeah.
Okay. 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 So you know Tow Mater? You know how he goes, I like my dents. They give me characters. That's like the features on Faz. The features give it character. So we like them.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like Mater. We are Mater.
It's one thing to have a feature or a character, but the other thing is a ghost acting like something else.
Trying to be positivities.
New random difficulty.
Yeah, hold on, I just can't see anything. There we go. Alright. Lock it in! Oh, that's a 0. I don't want to do a 0. Okay, there we go. That's an itty baby one. Are you booping Red? Is he here? I want to boop him. Frost, I'm gonna give you a nosebleed.
Who did that? Who did that? Dude, who did that?
No idea. I have a heat rat.
Who
I'm
did
not reading
that?
that out loud. I learned my lesson. Oh. This is gonna be fine. This is gonna be an easy one. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oops, I forgot to wait, excuse me?
Diner.
What the heck is happening? What is happening with my book?
Frosty has
There we go.
loading.
Okay. Let me do end guessing, because I don't think we ever ended it. And then actual guessing was a Ure. And then start guessing again. All right, my friends. Exclamation point G, guess or ghost. Get your ghost guesses in. Especially if you want your name on an employee of the month plaque. Let's go. Here at the coffee shop, you want to be the employee of the month. You get benefits. I'm just saying. You get me some benefits. Actually, I haven't checked. Who did it reset? It should have reset. Leaderboard, did it work? Let me see. Did that work? No, I don't think it reset.
3.68.
Okay. Free drinks? Absolutely. Okay, let's see here. We've got a Mimic for Topaz. We've got a Mimic for Sassy. We've got a Raichu for Cushy. And we've got an Aswang for Daffy. A Cormus for Tasha. Guys, I saw that when I was coming out of the journal, and I thought it was a blood moon. I really thought it was a blood moon, and I was about to have a little itty-bitty heart attack. Are we just taking these for shits and giggles? Should we go in the front door? Should we go through the back door? Should we be backdoor girlies? I think we shall. Do you want to be the very best? Is this still broken?
Did it just misform?
Lurk, gotta talk later with my friend. Thank you. Have a good one. We've got dishes for Mama. Do you love or hate the blood moon? Both. Both. It depends. So, like, on my normal settings, I don't mind. I don't mind a blood moon at all. But then on a setting that is unknown, where we have no idea what we're walking into, I don't like it. It's all shits and giggles until someone giggles and shits. I literally spit on that one, David. David. Oh my god. I just giggled so hard I like literally spit. That was hilarious. Oh. We got Gorbies. We have Gorbies. Am I talking? There we go.
Yeah, you're talking.
One streamer calls blood moons a code word for period. Oh, I don't have that anymore. I'm Team Sterile. You. Oh, I thought you were gonna join us, Mama. I thought you were gonna come and join us, and then Red will come home and join us. And I was happy. Yeah, he could play on my phone. Here he goes. Thank you. You want mine? No, thank you. There's a reason why I got rid of it. Got an Oni. Doop, doop. Ah! My toe beans! Thank you for the lurk. Can I join after or not really? You should be able to. It's dinner time. I gotta do wife things. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do those too. I'm making I'm making crockpot stuffed peppers. I had to think about what I was trying to say there.
Careful now.
They smell good though.
What smells good?
I'm making stuffed peppers in a crockpot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna sprinkle some mozzarella cheese on top. And let it cook so the cheese kind of cooks into the peppers. And then I have a nice tossed salad with some croutons, some cucumbers, and some diced tomatoes with chilies. It's gonna be yummy. Cece, I just got a weather app notification that rain is possible today. Mine did not say that. Ty. Ty, if you're lying to me, hold on. Hold. I'm the weather channel. Ty, if you're lying to me. Ty. Ty, I have a heat advisory. I have a heat advisory with a poor air quality. Ty. My hopes were up. I was hoping. I was about to jump from the ceiling. Sprinkle some cheese in my mouth. Of course. Got you, boo. Womp, womp. Ty, that could have been a Rickroll. I would have believed it. I may not play because of thunder. Can I have some, please? May I have your thunder? Please. And thank you. I love thunder. Thunder and lightning. I love it so much. That is one of the biggest things I miss about living. Oh wait, we have Karen. We can have a Banshee and a Diane. We can also have Granny. Ooh. You guys think we'll have Granny? When you shout hold, is there anything in particular you want us to hold on to? Your body. Hold on to your body. Do I have stuff on me? Hi, Aaron. Welcome in. Sassy is a yokai. Sassy, why you got them yokai vibes? How you doing, Aaron? Are you at work? Blue balls. In-game? In-game blue balls? Guy, you put your butt in my face. Just getting home from work and a Chick-fil-A for dinner. Ooh. Topaz is a Hontua. Boop. Boop, boop.
No spirit box, no UV.
Holds nose and left ear. Ty is a Ure. I was hoping it changed. It will never change. It's based off of your... It's a mathematical equation that is based off of the numbers in your... Or the number of characters in your name. So the only way it's going to change is if you change your name. Yep, that's the only way it'll change, is if you change your name. I mean, I could make it random instead, but... Did we get anything? Besides titties? Just orbs, right? Okay. Wanted to show my bestie some love. Oh, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I know you've been super busy with everything lately. SK got a gin.
Grace period was like 1 second, by the way, so
Oh, that's not bad. That was probably mine. I'm sorry. Titties? What about titties? What about titties? Oh. Ah! It's a child! Save me! I don't have a smudge!
I saved you. I don't got any
Thank you! Into the freezer! Twitch is weird. Your stream was really laggy when it was in vertical mode, but now in class. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of vertical tonight. I am. I'm getting rid of it tonight. It's gone. I'm over it. I am so over the vertical. Ever since okay, my OBS hasn't crashed, Ty, since December. Adding in the vertical has made my OBS crash 4 times. And then I looked at the crash report from yesterday when it crashed when we had 90 people here, and there was thousands of bugs reported, Ty. Thousands. Not just a couple. Thousands. Wait, that sounds weirder than normal. What'd you do? Wait, what is happening? I was yapping! I was yapping! I'm stuck.
Through the wall in the hallway.
You wanna look at my butt? Butt. Can you see it now? Butt. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not.
Oh.
Not going over there right now.
I don't think we're safe here! I can't move. I'm stuck. Okay, we're good. We gotta run! Run away! Run for the hills. I want to grab a steak. I'll grab eggs instead.
What's the ghost?
I'm not sure. Can you hear me? I have a feeling we're being followed, though.
What is it? Oh, sweet.
What?
I'm just gonna go off on a limb here and just say mayor, just why not?
It's hunting! Sorry, child was talking to me about dog. Apparently the dog has very stinky breath. And we're going into ads, my friends. I'm so sorry. We have 3 minutes of ads. Don't go anywhere. Just hang around. Ads are a great free way to support the channel. I saw it, Mama. I did good this time. I saw, Mama. I saw. Let me just add them. Go. Bam! Bam! Bad to the bone. Bad. What? Wait, I can't hear you. What? Her ears. Hey, do you want to give her a bath? Do you want to play?
Oh, they hunt.
Stream?
Oh, never mind.
There's camera on.
How many people are?
Go ahead.
How many people are watching?
Not a lot.
Just turned the light on.
I look bad. I look bad. Wait, I was just. No.
No, you gotta sit down.
Wait, no.
Come on.
No. Hi.
Hear that because it ended, but it's
They could just see. They could just see. I don't know.
You're fine. Go ahead.
God, I look shut.
How are you gonna start streaming if you can't be on this? Come on, sit down. Come on, you can do it. Say hi.
I look chud.
You're not
I
chud.
look
Stop
chud.
it.
I look chud right now.
All right, play the game.
No. Oh.
Well, you have to get off the tab first and foremost. Are you on this?
I don't know what to do.
The ghost is hunting.
Uh-oh.
The ghost is hunting. The ghost is hunting. Ty said that they love your hair.
Oh, thank you.
Talk into the microphone.
No!
If you're covering your hand, how are they gonna hear you?
I don't know.
Okay, so go in. Okay, you can do this. Come on, you can do it. Let's go. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Come on. Oh, what's that? I can hear it. Wait, hold on. Here. You can hear. You hear that? You hear the ghost singing? You can't leave. You're stuck there.
How do I crouch?
Crouch is C. You were crouched. Can we jump scare? Absolutely, Ty.
No! No!
You are so pretty, see? I see a Metallica shirt. Yeah, Erin.
Metallica.
Erin, that's been one of her bands lately.
Bro.
I'll take over. Oh!
That
How
was
does that
mean.
not get you?
I just like. I don't get scared. Because I'm cool. Like you. Is it still hunting?
Can you open the door? I can't open the door. Whoa. She doesn't scare easy, guys.
I don't.
She does not scare easy. Man's voice.
So.
Oh, they want you to do the man's voice. Well, Ty, I'll do that in a little bit for myself.
I don't know. Bro, who is this?
That looks like Sheffy.
Oh.
Say hi, Sheffy. He should be able to hear
Hello.
you unless you're muted. Huh? Yeah, you're muted. Go ahead. Go say hi.
Hello.
You have to go closer. You have to be closer, child.
Okay.
No, not closer to the mic. Closer to the person.
I know. I'm walking over there. This
Say
bald
hi.
man was just moving away.
Say hi, Sheffy.
Hello.
Hello.
So, what do we do?
Well, I'm thinking it's a banshee, but I'm not 100%
We
sure.
should go record.
Ask Sheffy. You have to talk to your teammates. Say,
Oh.
Sheffy, do you know what the ghost is?
He walked away.
He's behind you.
It was venting a lot.
Huh?
I almost died. But I don't know
You
if it's a banshee. I don't know if it's an Onryo. It's definitely not a revenant. Definitely not a Thay.
Open the book is tab for me. I use tab to open the book.
I don't know where tab is.
Tab.
So is
It's easier
banshee?
than my fingers. I think so, but I'm not.
Well,
We can go banshee.
They're saying you look like.
Is Frosty dead too?
I think they're both dead. I think Sky and Frosty are both dead.
I don't know who they are.
Here, watch out. Ready to figure out
She
a stream
probably
now?
am guessing.
A full stream on my account, huh? She wants to stream on my account, guys. Okay, I think a banshee. It seemed like it was very followy, like a banshee. I almost circled banshee immediately earlier. I'm not gonna lie. You're so cool. You are so cool, baby.
It's a very regular ghost. Otherwise.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Izzy did amazing. She did, didn't she? She's been trying to get ready for her own streaming adventure. Hold on, let me switch this over to the man's voice.
Picking your nose and picking your nose. Because you're staying still. Deep voice, Cece. If it's not a banshee, I'm calling Onryo.
Welcome back. I prepared some jobs for you.
Oh my god. Imagine, but what was the other
freaking
evidence
ghosts.
though?
Was there another evidence, or was it just zero evidence so we got orbs?
Yeah, well, it was zero
Can't
evidence?
look. I don't know. Can't look until CC hits next.
I would never guess that. I thought it was a banshee.
Yeah, one heavy.
It wasn't fingerprints, and it must have been spirit box. Because every time I tried to do spirit box, it hit the salt and just left the room.
It was such a tiny room too that it roamed so much it could have just been freezing and didn't get cold enough because it was roaming.
Yeah, or that. That could have been either freezing or spirit box. I think it was probably more likely spirit box.
What's next?
Honestly,
I didn't do nothing.
I call that mimic. At least it should have mimicked a banshee. I mean, it felt like
Maybe.
it was targeting.
David's right.
we're fast again.
Yes, we are. I'm
Okay.
at 25%
All right. So
sanity.
with that one, I'm turning it off since we're at Grafton because I'm a little bit worried. What was that? What just dinged at me?
You.
Something on my computer just dinged.
Okay, we're fast, but no sprint. I hate it.
Tell Red I said hi. I don't think he's home yet. He should be home very soon though. Just a fun fact, Russia has very good lightning protection and beehives. Really? I'm amazing because my dad is amazing strong. Seemingly I just him, but yeah. Izzy is my 2.0. I know that. I know that for a fact. She very much is my 2.0. Okay, let's see here. We have David! David, you're in the game! David! David, when did you get over here? Alright, let's see here. Did ghost guessing start? Exclamation point, G guess or ghost to get your ghost guesses in. Who do you think David's gonna be? It's me, Mario. She's beautiful and respectful like her mama. She is beautiful. Topaz with the mimic. Cushy with the banshee. Mama with the Maroi. Tasha with the Cormos. Okay. Guys, seriously. Let me know if it starts to freak out again. I'm going to assume that we're just having a hard time on Grafton. And I will stay in the truck. I'm not gonna lie. I will sit my ass in this truck. I will go anywhere. I will be the van princess. I didn't hear Daddy. Did Daddy work? I love that one. Did it work? Daddy. I love that one. I'm gonna have to go through all of them. Everything. Everything is broken. Stupid streamer bot update. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool. Is it lagging? It's lagging? It's just me, like the camera? Okay, let's see here. I'm watching it now on my... I'm watching the stream now. Okay. So... yeah, that I've noticed. My eye looks funky. Why don't you guys tell me my eyes look weird? No, IRL. Okay, let me turn off my camera.
Okay, can we step out for me to try Spirit Box?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm just turning off my camera for a little bit. Hold on!
Where are you?
Okay.
How old are you? Are you friendly?
Did I just see dots? Did I just see dots? Come find me. Tomorrow I'm playing basketball on my boyfriend's laptop. Let's go. Okay, is it better? Is there any lag now that the camera's off? Camera off, is there lag? Are we good?
I didn't get anything.
Don't see any. Okay. So when I'm on Grafton for right now until I can go through everything, I'm just going to turn off my camera for this moment, okay? I think that's just what we'll do for right now, and then we'll just play around with the settings tonight and see what's going on. We have ghostwriting. Okay, that's our first piece of evidence. Okay. I love these dolls. I want you. Come to my house, please. I shall take you home. Do you want to come home with me? Come on, it's really fun. Wait, did I turn on that light? I don't remember turning this light on. America she? What was I looking for? Oh, hi, Sky. Wait. Sky, what were you doing? That
waiting
seems
for a hunt.
awfully.
Just lighting up the lights so we can see.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're doing.
What am I doing, Sky? What's the number on the top? That's my GPU settings. So right now, I'm just trying to monitor my GPU and my CPU usage because I've been having frames getting dropped. I just went over from Stream Elements Live to ATM Live for plugins on OBS, and we seem to be having some issues. So I'm just trying to kind of keep an eye on it. Just make sure my computer doesn't blow up. You know, simple things. Once we get off of this map, though, I'll turn my camera back on. It just seems to be on this map with the camera. Okay, let's see here. Boop, boop. Ducky! Whackers! I love him. Such a great idea. Thank you. Yeah, like, I try to be kind of somewhat responsible. Actually, if I'm not responsible with it, my husband will yell at me. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Yeah, welcome on in, too. I don't know if I said that. I think I went straight into answering your question. I'm sorry. Rude of me. Very rude. I'm not seeing a Ouija board. Yeah? Yeah, what's up? Let's go! Run! Run! Run!
He's naked in the kitchen.
Can he be naked for me?
Mhm.
Ned!
He's been
Oh,
slow
Ned!
every time.
Ned, can I touch your butt? Can I touch your butt, Ned? Yes! Where are you? Where? I don't see you. I don't see you. I want to touch you. Guys, there's a wild Pokemon in chat. Exclamation Poke
There's
check
a
to see if
breaker
you
in
have
the
it, and
vent,
Poke
I
catch with the
guess.
ball of your choosing to try.
Breaker's back here.
I don't see him.
I'll test for Miley.
Do you want to touch the butt? Yes, I really do. I feel like Sky took it. Can we all agree that Sky took the cursed possession? If we had one. I feel like Sky took it. That seems right. Oh, are you hunting? Ned? Ned? Oh, hey, baby. Let me touch you! Where are you? Ned? Ned? Where'd you go? Where'd you go, Ned? Oh, look at him. Look at him and his badonkadonk. Hi, Ned. Hi, I missed you. I am so lucky. This is like the third Ned today. Hi, baby. Hi. Hi. Hi, Ned. Hi. Ned, you're so beautiful. You're a beautiful boy. You're a beautiful little boy. Ned? Ned, come back. Come back. Sadness. Now we're sad. Do I need to end guessing? I think we only have the one piece of evidence. Yeah, we can end it. That's okay. When art imitates real life. Oh, you mean Ned's naked booty? Isn't it so gorgeous? Oh, I hear him again. I hear him again. Where are you? Oh, look at him. Look at him. A spirit? Look at him. Look at how beautiful he is, though. Come on, let's just admire him. Let's just admire the bate. And I'm so sorry.
Well, we did smudge it so we can find out.
Okay. Okay, so you know what I'm seeing right now, though?
We smudged it like
Right?
10 seconds ago, so it
I
looks
am
good.
looking at my GPU. Even though we've been here on Grafton, my GPU has not gone above like 75
People, you're awfully quiet.
since I turned off my camera.
I just
Right?
smudged
Now
her
let's
for the
do some troubleshooting here. Okay, let's turn the camera back on.
Doesn't it quiet.
There's one.
Not from down here.
No, I don't think it's in my thing.
Where's my other camera? There's two. Let's see here. GPU is up to 92%.
Ghost writings are only evidence.
Yeah. I'm gonna check
Why?
again. I feel like there's people in here every time we tried it earlier.
Temps are not freezing.
Why?
Check spirit box again.
Why is that raising up that much? Okay, hold on. I have an idea. Okay. Let's try... Hold on. I'm going to try doing this. Okay, so the way I use it typically is I use the virtual camera portion of it. Right?
You want to look for the bone.
Let's see that. How's that? Okay, so I typically... Wait, what just happened? Okay, so I typically use a virtual camera one because like it has a virtual camera option.
I don't have that much of a desire.
Hello? Okay, there's one. Let's try this one. Video camera. Okay. Why isn't that working? Okay, so
Okay, definitely not a spirit.
I don't know why it's not giving you guys the one in the other side. Do you see how it's just working for one and not for the other? I have a headache. But that's helping with the GPU. Okay, so typically I use the virtual camera portion of the OBS bot because it allows me to capture on multiple things. So like if I'm streaming on TikTok as well, I use the virtual camera section to be captured by both, right? Because otherwise it won't let me capture both because it says that it's already in use. But now it's not working on the vertical one. I don't understand. Okay, let's try getting rid of this one and try a whole nother one. Let's just do a camera source. Okay. Enter. It's not working at all to do vertical. So it's only giving me the option to do it on one. Love this for us. Okay. Let's go back out. I'm sorry. Guys, I'm telling you, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna troubleshoot with you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'll troubleshoot. I don't know why. I turned off. Okay, hold on. Let me try turning off Dixper. Okay, let's turn off Dixper. Let's see if that helps. Okay, that helped a ton. Okay, Dixper was using a ton of my GPU.
A revenant?
A revenant?
What?
What?
Okay.
Huh?
Hold on.
Click next.
Sorry. Next. Got it.
50%. 50%
Oh
ghost speed.
my god.
Yeah, but that.
But
I
even-
feel
let's
like
go.
revenant faster at 50%.
We
Which
had
one's
we had
that?
150 and it had 50.
And then over here,
Crazy.
I don't like that.
full camera.
Okay, I think I'm gonna head out.
And then let's turn that back on.
Hop off.
Sounds good.
Well,
the games,
consider
though, guys.
games.
Wow. Okay.
This.
Did it work?
Alright, later.
Thank you. Sorry.
Have a
I'm
good one.
troubleshooting. My bad. Thank you. I'm trying to find out what is happening right now. It's now saying my device is asleep. My
So no wonder it
camera's
didn't
not
came
asleep.
to me. It was slow. It was slow.
Okay,
as
there we go.
hell.
I mean, it was slow every time, but it seemed like
That brought the GPU
regular
back
ghost
up.
Speed, slow ghost.
And for
you
some
know what I mean?
reason, the
My brain
buzzing
hurts.
didn't work. I even go downstairs on the entryway, and it didn't buzz.
Okay. It's fine for now.
So
We're just gonna
weird.
deal with it. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I got distracted
we
trying to
ju-
fix this.
We just had the weirdest revenant with 50%, 50 speed.
Yeah, I mean, 50% ghost speed, 150% player speed will do that.
I've never had a rev at that speed before. I'm not gonna lie.
No,
Never.
that was new.
That was probably the only time I've ever liked having a rev. And I still died. But to be fair, it was
Frosty.
Ned.
Frosty
He was
took
so
the
beautiful.
whole truck.
Oh my god! Okay, that's just a 1.9.
1 second.
Holy crap. Okay, and it was Ned. Okay, let me do that. Okay, I am sorry for people who use the vertical, but I definitely think just my computer is having issues with the vertical and it's gonna go. I'm not playing around. I'm not doing this. I rely too much on my streaming to
Vertical is the new like mobile view for Twitch, right? Is that what that
yeah.
is?
It's like the TikTok view type.
Yeah, I hate it. Every time my
Yeah.
phone tries to do it, I'm just like, nope, go back to
I
classic,
love how
please.
every time Sissy dropped
Yeah.
the book, see my face in her face.
All right, let's do one more, and then that's probably gonna be my last one for the day. And then I'm going to
Make it special. Wanna do APOC?
yeah, let's do it. I haven't done APOC in a while. Do you want like full APOC or do you want my 1170? My
Let's do
1170 is a
full.
good one. Okay.
Let's do full. I wanna die.
Can we do can we do APOC with sprinting?
No.
Sure.
A regular 15x.
Whoa, Sky really wants it all. I got to see at
Yeah.
least the last game. Hi, Ken. Do you want to do it on a random or do you want to do a specific map?
Well, let's do Sunny. I mean, I feel like APOC on small map is gonna be a suicide.
Can I at least can I at least give us sprinting then? If we're going to Sunny.
Well, honestly,
Or no, here.
I think we're gonna be good.
I did Sunny restricted then. There we go.
Well,
Compromise.
be on your guard.
Compromise.
The ghost can be in the reception.
Yes. Let's go. All right, let's see here. David with a Nobombo. Katasha with a Cormos. How are you, Ken? Sheffy with a Tasha. Sheffy. Ooh, I can't move. I can't move. And we have Keith. Are we going to have Naked Ned? Oh. My computer just lagged hard. I swear to God, if one of you... It would be a... It would be a Ryu. That actually... I was waiting... I was kind of thinking it was going to give me a Thay. I hate it. Mama. I love you, Mama. Dumb mom Tosh. I don't see ghost
Okay.
orbs.
Time to go.
Wait, I thought we're not bringing everything in? We're not grabbing it all? Tasha is a Hantu, a Ryu, and a Banshee. Yes. Yes. Just yes. Dummy. I need... Mama, I'm sending you a message quick. Don't let me forget this. Hold. 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 Since we chat on the text of the messages now, I can't find your name on Discord. Where are you? Where are you? There you are.
Hans over Sky, did you live? Yeah. Did you hear it? Yeah, but I don't know which section we have, so I was
There you go.
looking all over the place.
What did I come back in here for? I don't remember what I'm here for. Oh yeah, we have to do the eggs too. I almost forgot about the eggs today. We have to do that. I was so focused on everything. We're not plotting against you. Never.
We're downstairs.
I love you, Tasha.
I love that.
Oh. Okay, so it's definitely not a myling. That's for sure. Because I could hear it from here. So it's definitely not a banshee, not a Diane.
Yeah, we have hospital wing.
It's definitely not a myling. I just heard it from here.
Did
I
you
heard
really?
it. Yeah. I don't know where it is, but I definitely heard it. It sounded like it was probably by chapel, but I'm not 100% sure.
Because we have downstairs. Jeez.
How do you think I feel?
Shy, just doing all of it.
I know. Okay, I'm gonna go towards chapel. I might die,
I left.
but it's okay.
I left my paramic by the downstairs staircase.
I'm gonna try turning on the. Okay, the filter's on. It might lag for a little bit. Let's see. Look at your little legs. Sheffy's got little legs. Go, Sheffy, go. Okay. Welcome in, Skies. Kirby, stop. Kirby, now's not the time. Kirby. 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 Jeffy, over here. Come, come. Come, come. We're shouting out. Looney. Okay, stay right here and we listen. We listen, we don't judge.
I have my hearing helper 2000 to help us.
Good job. I do definitely think it's up here. We judge a little. No. No judging. I said Pokecheck. That means that you don't have it, right? I need... Wait, that's Ninetales. Hold on. Catch Ultra Balls. Ultra, take my balls. There we go. I want Ninetales. I want Ninetales. I don't have Ninetales. Steffi? Steffi? I think you need to do some beard moisture. You've got some, like, spaghetti going on. It's given ramen. It's given ramen noodles. That means your hair is not healthy.
I'm gonna try to head downstairs.
Did you get... Oh, wait, I muted. I muted! I was talking to you! Sheffy, you need to do beard moisture on your hair because you got ramen noodles, and Sheffy, you got auto-modded, and I couldn't hear your sus noise. I am now sad.
Sad day.
Did you hear the ghost at all? Or is it downstairs?
No, I think it's downstairs.
Okay. You have beautiful blue eyes, by the way. Did you know that? You have very beautiful blue eyes. Tasha.
Thank you.
Tasha, could you do an at to everyone in Oh, wait, you don't have it updated yet in Discord. I have to update your Discord. Mama, can you do an everyone in Discord about the egg? Tell them after this map we'll be doing 2 eggs on my head, please. Please, and tinkers. Jeffy, don't leave me! But that's fine. We're gonna go behind the bookcase. We listen. I haven't done an actual APOC run like this in a very long time. Hey! Hey, I know this person. It's Guy. Guy's like, don't stay with me. I don't want to die.
Where even is it?
It's gotta be around here somewhere. Bum, bum, bum. How long until you're done with it? I have no idea. It's APOC. I would say roughly 20 minutes. Yeah.
It sounded average.
Where is it?
In the hospital wing.
Of course it is.
Is that to the left?
They're the male wing.
I can never remember which side is which.
Yeah, let's
Something.
see here.
Easy, it's hunting.
Yeah, we should be alright. Come, come. Come, come. Sheffy! Listening. That's a slow ghost. Oh my god, Sheffy, I thought you were the ghost! I thought you were the ghost.
Actually, it sounded more average, to be honest.
Leona! What? I guess we're not getting off then. Welcome on in,
Maybe
readers!
waste a smudge.
Let me go back over here so I can see you guys. Welcome on in, Leona. Welcome on in, readers. How was your games? How was your stream? Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Bada. Welcome on in, Jamad. Welcome on in, Otter. Welcome in, Halogen. Welcome on in, Vassy. Welcome in, Nixie in Hadpa. Welcome in, Skog Cat in. Diana, Kit Kat, Nimble. That's Raider. Southern Vixen, Bari, Sky, Glens, Leona, Mercy, Inc. Whew, there's a lot of you. Paga, Emo, Exler, James, Lady, and Glenabine. Got it! Got you all! Welcome on in, readers. My name is Cece. If you're new here, I'm the slightly unhinged, highly caffeinated mom who found her way to Twitch. Welcome on in, guys. I hope you guys had an amazing time. I hope your stream was good. How was everything? Now, Raiders and Leona, if you need to raid and fade, please take care of yourself. It is extremely important to me that you guys are taken care of. So please wash your faces, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, do whatever you need to do to take care of yourself. Anyone who wants to stay here, I will do my best to take care of you. Your notes are so high. Thank you, Sky. I will be lurking, ma'am. Love your face. Love your face. Mwah. Hi, Voids. Oh my god, I've missed you. Glad to be here. Hi, hi. How are you, friend? You guys are in at a good time. So right now we're actually, it was going to be my last game. I guess we'll do a couple more games. But we're doing an APOC. We're doing an APOC run. After the APOC run, I will be getting egged to my head. Yes, you heard that right. 2 eggs are getting cracked on my head to make up for all the subbies that we've been given this week. So, it's great. But welcome on in, guys. I do hope you guys have a good time here. If you want to hang out, you are more than welcome to. Grab a coffee, grab a space, and have a good time. We do have ghost guessing up and running. Feel free to get your guesses in. We just started for the most part on this map, so it's not too bad. I do know no Banshee, no Diane, no Myling. It was very loud, so definitely not a Myling. Is it hunting? I'm half asleep if I misspelled words. I'm sorry. It's okay. You're good. Huh? Alright, sorry. Okay, so not hunting. Okay, I'm gonna try to make my way in here. I might die. I'm not even gonna lie. Never mind. Ghost had other ideas. That's okay. We got an APOC Legend CC. We do. Yeah, we're doing it with Sheffy and Sky, actually. They have the parabolics, though, so I can't listen. I can't listen. But I do think it was kind of slow speed, actually. So it's not going to be a Thay. Not going to be a Maroi. Not a Deogen. Not a Rev. Wins is a possibility. That's a possibility. It wasn't a Dildagas. It was not that fast. Not a Huntua. Okay. Did it Oni Ball? I can't remember. How are you today, Nimble? Are you having a good day, Nimble? All right, let's see here. I am kind of taking it easy too. I do apologize if we are running into any lag. I had recently set up vertical streaming for you guys, and I've noticed that ever since we've had a lot of issues with OBS and lag. So I do apologize, and I totally get it if it's not something you guys want to hang around for. I am planning on getting rid of it tonight after stream. So don't worry about it. It's going to be going. But for right now, we might have some lag, and I apologize. Yeah, I can't complain. It's been a good day. Hope you're doing well. It's been a great day other than lag. So yesterday, when we had all the people here yesterday, stream crashed, which was so frustrating because we were so close to having the partner numbers we've been trying to get. Like, we were literally just like 3 away from partner numbers. And then stream crashed and we lost everybody. Today, we've been dealing with a ton of lag from the stream. And I think I really think it's ATM. I switched over and I'm having a lot of issues with it, I think.
A male name, right?
Yes, Keith is a male name, so no Banshee, no Diane. And okay, this is what I have, Sky. Because I was listening to the speed when it came up by the window, or up by the wall. It's not a Banshee, not a Diane, not a Dildagas, not a Dio, not a Hantua, not a Maroi, not a Myling, not a Rev, and not a Thay. I was here for the crash. No, I'm sorry. I refreshed in the lurk, but it was really unfortunate. Yeah. Thank you for being here, Nibble. I appreciate that. Okay, we're listening. It is what it is. Like it sucks the timing, but like, you know, like things happen. And we are realizing now that vertical streaming is not going to be for us, which is totally fine. I have a good GPU too, so I'm like so confused on what is going on with it. Because I have a 5060 Ti. So I know it's not a 5080, but there's still no reason for it to be lagging like that. Guy left me alone. You'll be partnered one day. I fully believe in you. Oh, thank you so much, Nimble. Yes, you can have a Rice Krispie treat. I am trying my hardest. I really am trying.
It's not a race.
I am trying, but the way that I'm starting to view it is if it happens, it happens. I'm trying. I'm gonna not stop putting the effort in, but I'm also not gonna kill myself over it, you know? That's... Oh, it's dead, guys. Welcome on in, Yamini. Yami? Welcome on in.
Not a Galu.
Okay, not a Galu, not a Cormos. Let's shut this door, Sheffy. Did you see that breath there, good sir? Did you see the breath?
Not a Galu's.
Sheffy? Sheffy.
Yes.
Our breath. We are in danger, Sheffy.
It hasn't come in here yet. I've survived 3 hunts.
Have you really? Oh my god. Okay.
Yep.
I think I was getting stalked, Nimble. Yeah, because the breath is gone. Wait. How clearly did you see Ned? Was it...
With the light switch, so
Was it during a hunt?
if you're not.
Was it during a hunt that you saw Ned?
No, during an event.
Okay, Mama is coming in with a Mimo. Tasha with a Mimo. Okay, let's see here. Yes, if you could, can you go give my mod Tasha an amazing follow? Thank you so much for the follow myself, friend. Welcome on in. I do try to get to know everybody, and I want to ask you, what is your favorite ghost type if you play Faz? And if you don't play Faz, what is your favorite color? That's what I'm thinking, Nimble. Because Banshee's out. It's not a Wraith. So the next... The next one that we would think of would be a phantom. It's definitely not an Oni. It's definitely not an Obambo. Onryo is my favorite. Really? Like Mama. Mama loves an Onryo. I'm a little evening goblin today. Yet you don't stream yet. Yeah. A Dio for you, Aqua. I love mirrors, and my favorite color is green. My favorite color is green too. Hi, we're now besties. You're not allowed to leave.
I did not touch any light switches
Yeah,
except the one in
James.
this room here.
James, we're now
Oh, it's
besties.
not a mirror.
We friends because green's my favorite color. Ma'am, I do love Oreos. You do. Phantom or Mimo, just really random pathing. I mean, any of those are possibilities. Love a good forest green. Me too. I have like 2 different stages that I like. I love a bright neon green, especially when like I'm in a happy and like energetic mood.
Twins.
And then when I'm like in the mood where I need to
mostly
like
with
calm
Oreo.
myself
I feel
down,
like
I love
it's
a good
hunting
forest
for the
green.
same spot.
Maybe.
Are we thinking a Goryo? I don't think so. I'm really thinking a phantom.
Now it's just not hunting.
It's not. Oh. A Thay? Mama Z wants a Thay. Okay, wait. Let's see here. Let's just take a look for a second. Hold. Come back. Okay. We did do that. Okay, that... It's not an Asswing. I don't think so.
It might even be a yokai, because it started
A
hunting in
yokai?
the hallway, and I was pretty close to it, like over by the door when I was checking the light switch.
But the way that it followed me in here like that, that's stalking. I have no more smudges. That is definitely normal speed. Yeah, 100%. That is normal speed. Oh, but he's so pretty!
No.
Oh, no! We have death! We have death! A wild Pokemon is in chat, guys. Exclamation Pokey check to see if you have it, and Pokey catch with the ball of your choosing to try to get it. I say try now because there's no guarantee. I've been burned too many times. Guy? Do you have a smudge? I'm in your body. So, not a phantom. Yeah. Okay, my brain is trying to think. I'm gonna say probably not an Obake. Definitely not a Ryu. Not that heartbeat. Not a Jin. There was no speed up. I'm gonna say probably not to Pulte. We haven't heard anything. I smudged it before it hunted. Not a spirit. Probably not the twins. Okay. I don't think it's gonna be a demon. Raiju. Wait, Raiju doesn't have the heartbeat anymore? Rude. Okay. I'm gonna pick this up.
It should be smudged.
Do you have any more smudges, Guy? Do you have any more smudges?
No.
I'm throwing parabolic to see for Raiju.
I guess it doesn't have the heartbeat anymore? What? Seriously? Hey, Mira. Welcome on in, friend. How are you today? Okay. I'm gonna listen on Sheffy's. That was a good throw, but not a Pulte throw. Definitely one of the basic ghosts. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to listen now. It used to be a very loud heart. Yeah. That's how you always knew it was a Ryu, from the heartbeat. Just walked over the paramic and no speed change. Okay. I may have it. Ah! You got me! We're all dead!
Well,
Total
you
team
got-
wipeout! Hold on, let me turn this off.
Interesting.
Wow.
Okay, that's disgusting.
A Sade.
That's just disgusting.
I don't know how I feel right now. I don't know how I feel.
Violated.
Violated. Yeah, I was
Violated.
random pathing on that salt. I was rude. All right. I know this was going to be my last one, but since we got the raid, let's just do it like at least one more. Do you want to do it again? Redo? We could do a redo. Redo it. Since we all
There,
died.
this will make you feel better.
The full Sunny.
Yeah.
Thank you for starting ghost guessing. Okay, let's do it. We got this. We got this, guys. We can do it. We can do it. Put our back into it. Okay. Oh. Focus. Focus on the APOC. Oh. Oh. Okay, we're good. Let's do it. Let's go. I can't believe we had Ned. Oh my god. That's like 4 Neds this entire stream. I am so happy. How did we get so many? Oh, we have another Eric. Guys, it could be Ned again. It could be Ned. Okay, let's make our hair look nice for Ned. Oh. Okay. Do we have any ghost orbs? You brought the chaos on yourself, Tasha.
So far, nothing.
Let's see here. Okay, remember I went to go show Loft how to do this, like how to do APOC, and we had ghost orbs immediately on the cameras. I was like, you always check the cameras, look for ghost orbs, and we immediately had them in the in the courtyard. I was like, oh my god. Okay. You alright? Okay. Just making sure. Alright, let's go. Let's see here. I'm gonna take this in immediately. This. And then we're gonna take this. Onyx, I'm coming for you. Get Onyx. Get him. Get him. Get Onyx. Onyx is also another beautiful bean. Make sure you get Onyx. All the photos. Wait, did they go in already? They left me! I miss being able to throw it through. I'm saying that you need follows, Onyx. Man, okay. Well, then I guess I'll just leave this here. That's fine. We'll just go that way. Okay. So far, though, since turning off Dixper, I'm noticing that my GPU is running pretty well. Maybe we're having issues with Dixper being too GPU heavy. I think that might be an issue right now. Oh god, I didn't miss the eggs. You have not missed the eggs yet, Grumpy. We got a huge raid from Leona. So now we're waiting to do the eggs. Izzy, come here. When we're done with this map, can you crack 2 eggs on my head? When we're done with this game, can you do 2 eggs on my head? Thank you. I'm just a small bean.
No.
Well, hello, my love. Hello. You good? What, baby? It came! Alright, out. Out! Thank you! Sorry, guys. Children came in. But, like, smashed it on her head. Mama, you're supposed to be my best friend! Rude. Is it still hunting? I have little legs! I have tiny legs. But the content. Oh, I didn't get my camera! Thank you so much for the follow, friend. Welcome on in. I do like to get to know people and want to ask you, what is your favorite color? Or if you play fast, what is your favorite ghost type? Oh. Any ideas, Sky?
We can't find it.
You can't find it. Cece, I think Tasha. No, there's no mortars. You're fine. You're fine. Okay, I'm just gonna go in and see if I can find it. Hi, my love. Guys, Red is home. Daddy, Red is home. Okay, let's see here. Let's see if we can listen. Where do you think we should go, guys? Should we go left or should we go right? Chat, you get to tell me left or right. Let's go. Hurry, quickly. Quick, 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 quick. I don't want anyone to spit in my mouth. Just, what? Just boss me around like a good girl. Left. Daddy Red is home. Yeah, tier 3 would be great. Okay, so we're going left. I see more lefts. Let's go left. Hopefully we'll find it. Shuffy. I love that for us. Shuffy. I'm thinking downstairs. I think it's gonna be downstairs. Nope! Found it! I found it! I'm gonna start handing out timeouts like candy. Shit. This isn't really the best place I can hide. Looney, I closed it! Yeah, this is gonna be the last game, Looney. We were originally the last one was gonna be the last one, but we got an amazing, spectacular raid from Leonar. So we did another one. And then we're cracking all the eggs on my head. 2 eggs cracked on my head. I just came back. Yeah. You're fine. I know. This one doesn't have a behind the mattress, Topaz. See? You can't get in there. I mean, kind of, but... Oh, you can all the way. Oh, wait, what did they fix this? I thought that was fixed before. Let's go. I thought you couldn't get back here anymore. Okay, let's hear. Let's see. Good job, Topaz. You always hide here? Yes? Oh, top floor, and then to the left. I don't remember. Female? By the one that has, like, the 2 rooms at the back that has the guitar. Oh, it's coming! Okay, we're listening. Where'd it go? Okay. Interesting. Wait, hold. Okay. This one might be bad. But I'm trying to see where it is. Hi, Sheffy. I think... Wait, am I muted? Sheffy? Oh, not the metronome. I hate him. It bothers my ear holes. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die running away from the metronome. Okay, we're good in here still. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. Let's listen. I'm thinking it's that far back room. I'm thinking it's the far back room, like the one that has the guitar in it, but I'm not 100% sure. It went downstairs, back up. It's definitely in that way back section. Twins would sound about accurate for that. I think it's twins. I do want to check though for a mimic. Am I crazy? Cheffy? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think it's twins.
Twins?
I think so. They didn't really sound consistent. The first one was a lot faster sounding, and it was also throwing a lot more. And then the second one was less aggressive and slower, but still fast. So it could be the twins, or it could be... No, because we didn't have anything over there. So it wouldn't be like a Galoo. Ads incoming. All right, my friends, I am so sorry. 3 minutes of ads will be running. I'm going to keep going because we don't have time to
If it's
stop.
twins, then
And I do apologize,
your
though.
guessing bot was right about Tasha.
I'm not sure, though. It's been so long since I did APOC. Like, I haven't done a 150 ghost speed in decades.
Parabolic.
Me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me. Dummy, mommy, Dasha confirmed. I don't have my... Here, take that. Go ahead, guy.
No, I already gave him mine.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Oh, Bombo? It just went downstairs, didn't it? Did it go downstairs? No, it's over. Okay, I'm gonna get closer. I really do think it's that back room. I'm gonna stop right here. I'm gonna get just a little bit closer and then we'll stop here. Thank you for the fire. Mama, I was locked in! What are you thinking, Sky?
Oh, it sounded very basic. But we're very far away to actually narrow down more.
That is true.
Okay. So be careful. I'm gonna go and try to smudge it during a hunt. I will probably die.
Don't die!
So here's an extra smudge.
Don't die! Don't do it! It's not worth it, Sky! It's not worth it! Your life is more important! Okay, let's listen. Listen to our sacrifice! I still think it's twins. Excuse me? I don't know about this. Not yet. Not yet, Ty. We decided to do one more because we got a raid from Leona. Guys. Guys. I think the ghost... I think the ghost just had Taco Bell. He had Taco Bell. Did you guys hear that? That was definitely a Taco Bell moment. He was just on the toilet. Okay, leave him alone. We're gonna give him some privacy. Definitely a little bit of privacy for that one. He's stuck in the wall. Probably. He's very loud, so definitely not a Myling. What'd you say?
It's Grandpa.
Welcome back. It's Grandpa! Okay. Sky, are you dead? Did we lose Sky? I think we lost Sky. Welcome back to the land of the living. Kind of. But welcome back to the cafe. Hopefully the ads didn't treat you guys too bad. We're just gonna listen again. We're getting a little bit closer, and we're just gonna listen. Can we see if he's dead on this one? No. Yeah, it looks like he's dead. Hold on. We're listening. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Should we get closer, guys? I kind of want to be risky and get closer. Oh, yep! Yep, I found the body and the booty. Oh! Oh, found you. You died too? You guys left me alone? All alone, with nobody here beside me. But you gotta have friends. Okay, yeah. Wait, hold. Not a good place to open that. Well, enjoy your dirt nap. Seems the same speed each hunt to me. Yeah. Definitely not a gin. You think it's gonna be a Goryo? All we hear is Goryo Gaga. There he goes. Okay. I'm listening. I'm not a Dami mommy. That's Tasha. Tasha's a Dami mommy. That's so in Discord. Like Discord doesn't lie. Just saying. Onyx, you missed it. Little CC came over here to stream too. Well, little eldest CC, the one who wants to stream themselves. Okay. I don't have my timer up, so this is kind of stupid. We're playing a dangerous game. Hi, baby. What's up? This is gonna be my last one, okay? I promise. And then I'll be getting off. I know you guys are getting anxious. Well, not anxious, but you guys want mommy. Yes, we can make muffins, I think. I know. I know. Okay, let's see here. It doesn't feel like it's in this one. I'm just trying to see exactly where this ghost is and get a hang of it. Radiator, protect me. Protect me, Radiator. At least I know it's not in here. I was thinking it was in here. Jeffy, can you look when you're dead and see where the ghost, like the exact ghost room is? And then I could go back and get a camera and we can at least check for mimic. I don't think it's a mimic though. The morgue, it's downstairs. Hi, Gaga. Welcome on in, love. Oh! I didn't even see it! I was looking at Gaga's beautiful face. Not that. I'm gonna go. It's a normal one. Cece, you're going to love the request I put in the mod chat. Oh boy. I almost just did a bake a cake! Alright. Gaga got me killed. It's actually
When
funny
did
that you
Chef
just got
die?
here.
Interesting.
You literally got here, Gaga, right
I
after
died
I
the
was
hunt
singing
after you
Goryo
died.
Gaga.
I had to smudge it the hunt that you died and then didn't have a smudge.
Wait, Gaga.
Well,
Wait, hopefully it listens. It works.
Did you guys got my smudge? Because I'm not sure whether it let me.
Oh no, I didn't even see your body. I don't know.
I did not see yours. No, I didn't get it at all.
Because
all right, guys.
I believe I smudged it because I heard it slowing down afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you for playing, guys. I'm gonna go get an eggs slammed on my head.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for playing. I was so happy I got to play with you, Sheffy. Sheffy, I missed you so much. Bye. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the amazing raid and for... Oh, that scared me for a second. For staying and hanging out, even despite the problems with OBS acting up. I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Let me just do a quick check over here. I was going to go to full screen, but I'm not going to lie that I'm kind of nervous to go full screen. I think if we go over to the full thing, it will crash. I'm not joking. It's going to crash if we go to full screen. So thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate you. We're going to do 2 eggs on my head. I just got to get my daughter, and I have to get a towel. Sky! Because I've learned the hard way that cracking eggs on my head without a towel is really bad and can break my keyboard. Because we almost broke the keyboard one time. Let me go get that. I'll be right back for you guys. Okay, got the towel. I went with a whole ass beach towel this time. Fall beach towel. You ready? This I owe you guys though after all those subs. No more subs ever again. Alright, I'm gonna take off. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to go to just chatting. Fingers crossed it doesn't break. Are we good? Did it break? Alright, hold on. Hold on. Let me pull this up so I can zoom out a little bit. There we go. Are you ready to do it? It zoomed you, or did your face? It worked, I know. I'm gonna go through everything. Are you checking your makeup? Bro.
Why would I
Bruh.
not?
Bruh.
Yeah,
Bruh. Hold
know,
on.
right?
Let me take out my AirPods. Did I say it right? The way that you say it to me? Bruh. 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 Okay. Wait, hold on. Hold on, let me cover this. I remember, just watch my shunt. Okay. Right here. I'll do it on this side. And not too hard, please, so I get a headache. No!
Pull the lever, punk.
Here.
Like cracking a little bit.
Dang. Okay, there's one. Now we got one more. Oh, it's going down my back. Brace for impact. Oh shit. Don't swear. It's supposed to be family friendly. Are you gonna smush it in again? Is that what you're doing? Are you smushing? Are you smushing? What are you doing? It's down my back. It's down my back. Oh, I see it dripping. It's dripping. It is drip, drip, drip. Oh, I see it dripping down my face. Wait, what? Hello? What are you doing?
No.
Welcome back, Spyro. Oh, I clipped too early. It's okay. It is running down my back. Are you done? Like, what are you doing? What? I'm scrambled. I am scrambled. You scramble my brain.
All over me.
What?
Bruh.
What? Wild child.
All over my.
Oh, it's fine.
I don't know why.
Oh god.
Like kind of weird that it would be.
Let's just get the white stuff out of my hair, please. The white shells. Oh my god, child. All right, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. The second egg sprayed. Did it? I didn't see. Oh, it's all hard. It's all fine. Nice. Exactly. Get it? Egg. Exactly. Okay, sorry. I'll stop. I'll stop with my mom jokes. Seconds. My god. Oh my god. Onyx. Helps tighten this. Wait, does it really? Hold. Like that? Am I good now? Egg white for a face mask? Is it really? Okay, hold on. Well, there's shells everywhere though. Okay. Alright, here we go. Alright. Thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate you. We will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's not going to be Faz, though. Tomorrow's actually going to be... The dog is licking my back. Bruh. Tomorrow is going to be lockdown protocol with friends. So we're going to do it a little bit differently tomorrow. I'm excited, though. I haven't played lockdown in a very long time. Very, very long time. Look at these eggs. Oh, that's my butt, Lily. For the streamer point. Got it. Yes. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Anyway, so thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you coming in here. So, like I said, tomorrow is going to be lockdown protocol, and then we're gonna really start going next week into only playing Faz. Since I am trying to get to partner, I've done a lot of research, and I do need to stick on one specific game. And the game that we know and love is Faz, and I want to continue it. So that's where we're gonna be. We're gonna keep doing that and trying to get those numbers up and ready to go. What the fuck is lockdown protocol? I'll show you, Onyx. I'll show you. Oh yeah, next week is also DVD. Next week, can I say it, Gaga? We haven't like announced it at all. Say it. Okay, next week you're gonna find Gaga and I playing 2v8 together. We're gonna be killers and we're gonna have a great time trying to get some people. It's gonna be great. So don't forget to tune in for that. But other than that, I am gonna try to stick to Faz. We're trying to get the numbers up. We're doing so well with it. So thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate. Oh, it is cold going down my back right now. Like I feel it dripping on my skin. Like it went through my shirt to my skin and it's just drip, drip, dripping down my skin on my back. Yeah. To who, Tasha? To who? All right, let's see here. Oh, let me make sure my raids are off. All right, let's see here. Who are we looking at right now? Who's online? Arthur? I think we could do Arthur. I haven't gone to Arthur in a while. Hold on, let me go to following. Ma'am, what? You could do ASMR. Man, can you do the ASMR for me? Drip. 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 I feel like I'm really bad at ASMR. I'm too loud. I am way too loud and oh, it's drying on my skin. Wait, it really is tightening my skin. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna do this more often. The scratching the mic. I don't think my microphone does that very well, though. Mine doesn't pick it up very well. Oh, I got egg on my microphone! Guys, how bad is egg on the microphone? Is it okay? I can't do it with mine. Mine just doesn't do it because it's soft. Squishy. Something just happened with Jace. Alright, I'm not gonna go over to the ending screen just in case. Don't forget, tomorrow when you guys come back, I am getting rid of vertical. I'm gonna go through everything tonight when we get off. Vertical is out the door. We are done. Okay? Alright, if you're not in the Discord, join the Discord, please and thank you. I'm trying really hard to at least get Discord up to 300 for now, and then we'll work on getting up to 500. If you're not following me on the socials, could you please go over to them and give me a follow? I'm not only trying to grow on Twitch, but I'm trying to go everywhere else as well. I really appreciate that. And grab the raid message. We're going to go over to Arthur and have some fun over there. More than likely on Faz. Let me find... Let me see. Oh, he's not on Faz. He's on Repo. Okay, we're going to go over and we're going to have some fun over there and it's going to be a great time. I will see y'all over there at least for a little bit as I'm trying to figure out what is happening with this. And, I mean, I have to get the egg out of my hair first, you know. But we're going to go on over there. All right. I love you so much. Remember, we will be here tomorrow at 11:30 Pacific Standard Time after I'm done at the gym. And, yeah. So, have a good night. Love you. Take care. And remember, if no one has told you today, you are a good person, you are amazing, you are loved, and you are beautiful. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your company. I appreciate your friendship. All right. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Love ya. Bye.